Order. Order, honorable members. We'd like to welcome We'd like to welcome our guests that are here visiting this People's Parliament in the gallery. We are all welcome. I can see you are representing the various parties in the House. But I think it's important for me to advise you that as our guests, while you are welcome, you are not supposed to participate on the proceedings of the House. I know that in the heat of the discussions, you might be tempted to clap hands. That is not allowed. You might be tempted to express your dissatisfaction maybe by howling. That is not allowed either. You might want maybe to stand up. That is not allowed. And I hope you'll be able to cooperate with us. If there's something you don't like or you like, if you like, you smile. If you feel like you don't like it, you can frown. That is allowed. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to make the following announcement. The vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignation of Mr. Andrew Grant Whitfield has been filled by the nomination of Ms. Hlomela Butwa with effect from 8 November 2016. And the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignation of Mr. Bennett Mzwenqaba Banga and Ms. Annette Teresa Lavmo have been filled by the nomination of Ms. Thandeka Muloko Mbabama and Ms. Chantel, respectively, with effect from 8 November 2016. The members have taken oath and affirmation in the Deputy Speaker's office. I welcome you, honorable members, as members of this House. Order. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
House Chair, I move that this House adopt the report.
If there are no objections, and I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I wish to indicate that declarations have been called for by parties. I will now recognize parties that wish to make their declaration. Honorable Hill-Lewis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and we welcome our new members to this fabulous winning team on the DA. Chairperson, I note that this report today is being debated long after the midterm budget has been tabled in this House, and so has no prospect whatsoever of actually leading to any change in the budget. This could not have been the intention of the BRRR process, that each committee must spend so much time on what is essentially a tick box exercise. Even if the Treasury had the opportunity to read our committee's report, that did not affect any of the recommendations we made in it. We asked for additional funding for the National Credit Regulator, most significantly, so that it could better protect South Africans from dangerous loan sharks that intimidate them, threaten them with violence, take their ID books and ATM cards, often actually assault and beat them, force them to perform sexual favors in lieu of payment, and worse. Millions of South Africans live daily with the stress, fear, and anxiety because of loan sharks. Nearly every street in South Africa has illegal loan sharks in it, and yet the NCR has very little capacity, just 8 enforcement officers for the entire country, to actually find these thugs and stop them from abusing the public. We did not ask for any enormous amounts, just fractions of the 100 million rand that has been allocated for the President's new luxury VIP jet, for example, or just a few times what the Minister has budgeted for his new luxury vehicles, for example. That is the thing about budgets, Honourable Chairperson. To allocate more to something, you must take it away from something else. In funding the President jet and the Minister's new cars over fighting illegal loan sharks, this government has shown where its priorities lie. Choose South Africa today.
Honourable Mmusi.
Thank you, Chairperson. If South Africa wants to learn trading, we must start by our mineral resources. The EFF rejects the adoption of the BRRR on Portfolio Committee of Trade and Industry, and it is for the sound arguments we have advanced since our arrival in this Parliament. We have given a proper interpretation of current crisis that defines South Africa and confusion or lack of industrial policy. And this explains the incoherent and inconsistent interpretation of radical industrialization showed by misguided black industrial projects. All economic indicators are now showing that extraordinary growth that propelled China's economic miracles have passed Africa by including South Africa. As Africa faces its most challenging economic period since the turn of the century, given global economic instability, the collapse of commodities prices, and China's transition to consumer-led economy. Chairperson, South Africa must ask tough questions about its own industrial policies. I hope you are listening, Minister, particularly on what or why South Africa has been at this state and what has it been doing for the last 20 years led to failures in the industrialization front. Central to the question of industrial policy is the role of the state and its relation to strategic sector of the economy in the case of South Africa, mining and agriculture. And part of the answer as a starting point is to start looking at workers' broad-based economic development. This is the richest country in the world in terms of minerals and has the highest levels of unemployment, poverty, and everything else that South Africa fails to do, including
Honourable Member, your time
not having
is
education for their children. EFF rejects the budget. Thank you.
Honourable A.C. Raisin.
Order, Chair. Before the member.
Order.
There is
What's
a
the
lot
point
of noise here. Please tell ANC to keep quiet.
Order, Honourable Member. Can you please take your seat? Honourable A.C. Raisin. Order, Honourable Members. Honourable A.C. Raisin.
Thank you, Chair. This department achieved a financially unqualified opinion with a few minor findings. Still, one of the concerns currently in South Africa, which directly relates to trade and industry, is unemployment. The stark reality is that South Africa, being a resource-rich country, continues to prioritize export ahead of social development. This is not saying that our trade deficit is not important for growth, but so is the well-being of our citizens. For example, through this department, government has spoken of creating a new class of black industrialists. It's not entirely clear if this program will benefit all previously disadvantaged South Africans, as creating a new elite isn't an obvious panacea for the massive unemployment we found in South Africa today. This program could just end up being a redistribution of the wealth amongst political connected state cronies and should be viewed with great circumspection, as we are currently in a situation of endemic corruption and quite possibly state capture. Further regulation of the steel industry won't work either. There are always unintended, unforeseen consequences. The 10% custom duty introduced last year already served as a slow poison, killing the downstream industries. Through special economic zones and other measures, government desperately wants to create new jobs, but their intentions are crippled by policies and practices that were designed to achieve other political ends. And until we can wipe those away through the commitment of this department, we won't see any meaningful shift in an unemployment rate. Sadly, political factors seem to play a bigger role than poor technical and market-related considerations for economic growth in South Africa. I believe there's nothing wrong with the legislation and reputation we have adopted in this department to promote and protect investment. The issue just seems to be implementing it. The IFP
Order,
supports
Honourable
this
Member, time is up. NFP.
Honourable House Chair, the Department of Trade and Industry is supposed to be a primary driver of economic growth, giving strategic direction to our trade and industry components of the economy and facilitating broad-based black economic empowerment. Yet, when we look at trade and industry figures and its relation to economic ill health of our country, then we have no alternative than to fully endorse the first recommendation contained in the Portfolio Committee report tabled here today. Indeed, the Minister should prioritize a review of the effectiveness of the department and its entities, because right now South Africa is lagging behind in our program of action to accelerate industrialization, and our unemployment remains unacceptable and dangerously high. We need a department that will achieve more than 69% of its set of 9 financial performance targets if it is to inspire confidence in South Africans. We need a department that will take broad-based black economic empowerment serious and not pay lip service to this important mechanism to redress historical imbalances. Above all, we need a department that will show passion and creativity in the way it plots our strategic trade and industry policy, encouraging local innovation and ultimately put South Africa on a path of economic greatness. Right now, Honourable House Chairperson, the department does not fit the bill. However, despite our concerns, the National Freedom Party supports the report. I thank you.
The ANC.
Good afternoon, honourable members of this House and members in the gallery in South Africa. The ANC commends the overall performance of the DTI and the great work it has managed to achieve with a small budget. But look at the successes. 13 unqualified audits and 1 that is considerably improved. There is the SABS with the verification, the designation of local content. Yes, it does remain a challenge, and we look forward to the Minister of Finance's amendments in this regard. The revitalisation of industrial parks will generate local economic activity to grow local economies. Then there has been the highly successful 28 billion worth of projects in the MSEP and its targeted incentives. It supported over 200,000 jobs. Unfortunately, it was so attractive, it was oversubscribed, so we are heartened to get the news from Finance that this will be positively reviewed. The ANC welcomes the Minister's interventions, both the DTI and EDD working in partnership around the pricing policy of steel and the tariff measures. This will ensure sustainability of a strategic sector and future existence with its upstream and high value-added downstream industries. There are many things I wish to talk about. The one-stop shops, trade investment, Africa attracting billions of investment, the Black Industrialist Program itself, and the regulatory processes, which are all on track, ease of doing businesses there, and the National Credit Act. And where it comes to the regulatory for compulsory services, we focus on consumer safety first. And nothing will compromise that. The ANC
Honourable Member, your time is up. Order, honourable members. I put the motion again. Are there any objections? If parties wish their objections to be recorded, can they indicate?
Please record the objection of the EFF.
The EFF's objection has been recorded. No other party has indicated its objection. The motion is agreed to. I'll ask the Secretary to read the second order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Standing Committee on Finance.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thanks again, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. However, I'm advised that parties have requested declarations to be made. Can I recognize the DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. The Budget Review and Recommendation Report is a reminder of the excellent work done by National Treasury. An institution like National Treasury, which allocates billions, reviews contracts, conducts forensic audits, asks hard questions about procurement, and demands actual performance against expenditure, will always be a target for state capture. And that is why we all need to protect the institutional independence of National Treasury from the suck-ups, opportunists, deal makers, rent seekers, and state capturers swarming around President Jacob Zuma like that minister, the Honourable Ambassador from Saxonwold. But whatever the case, we support the committee's recommendation that the minister appoint a person with appropriate skills in the aviation industry to the South African Airways Board. But we do not support the observation flowing from the committee's supposed scrutiny and oversight of the South African Revenue Service. And we do not support the recommendation concerning inaccurate claims that the PIC had to be forced to release details about the PIC's unlisted portfolio. The fact is, the PIC were forced to release information about the unlisted portfolio following a 5-month campaign, which of course is significant because for the first time we can now scrutinize the 250 investments in the unlisted portfolio of the PIC. And the expectation that that information will be disclosed in the future will be a major disincentive from the rent seekers with political influence raiding the PIC. And in the end, the Deputy Minister and the Chief Executive Officer of the PIC were courageous and do deserve full credit for opening up the PIC. I thank you.
Honourable Shibambo.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Look, we don't agree with the BRRR report of the Standing Committee on Finance, mostly because of the observations that we made on the entities that belong to the Standing Committee on Finance or to the National Treasury. One, we had given a mandate, actually like a broad view to the GEPF, which is the Government Employees Pension Fund, and the PIC that it must look into the fee-free education levy that must be taken from those two entities to finance fee-free education. Because currently they utilize the money to give to private corporations, to private equity, to asset management in huge amounts of money. We think that there must be a dedicated focus that must be given to fee-free education coming from the GEPF and the PIC available funds. And secondly, we had raised an issue about the governance issues around the Government Pensions Administration Agency, that in a current form, the GPA is not a constitutional and legal entity. It must be made a legal entity so that it works properly. The other entity that we are raising concern about is the Financial Intelligence Center, that it must begin to take up issues that will lead to successful litigation of those who commit commit financial crimes. There's too much financial crimes happening in South Africa, from tax avoidance to money laundering to racketeering that is done by the Gupta family. And the FIC must play a much more significant and visible role in making sure that there's litigation and successful prosecution of those that are committing financial crimes. And lastly, the SAA, as one of the entities under National Treasury, we don't think that it was correct of National Treasury to agree on a process that says we must turn around SAA with the involvement of Dudumieni. Dudumieni Zuma is going to continue to cause problems in SAA, and we don't think that was decisive enough to have her continue in that role as a board chairperson of SAA. Thank you very much. We reject the BRRR.
Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo. At the outset, the IFP would want to commend National Treasury under the able leadership of Minister Godai and Deputy Minister Jonas for a job well done. All you can say to them is that in matters of principle, stand firm. The IFP supports this BRRR report, and whilst appreciating the Auditor General's unqualified audit opinion, the IFP is concerned about the management's slow response when dealing with audit outcomes and the general lack of competence that is displayed. There is a need for additional training and improvement in supply chain management, and more devotion is needed in the area of procurement to aid this. The integrated financial management system is a huge responsibility, and the system is still currently being developed. Another concern is over the functionality of SAA, and the fact that SAA was not audited by the Auditor General due to capacity constraints remains a concern. The quality of annual performance reports by National Treasury is not improved, and according to the AG's report, particularly the predetermined objectives in programs 4, 7, and 8, these programs collectively accounted for almost 2/3 of the programs are not well defined, specific, and measurable, which poses a challenge for Parliament to credibly assess the department's service delivery, performance, and efficiency and effective use of allocated resources in line with Section 5 of the Money Bill Act. What is notable is the usefulness and reliability of the reported performance information against predetermined objectives of selected programs in the annual report, non-compliance with legislation, and internal control. Underway, of course, was the investigation of irregular appointments of service providers by National Treasury, which was conducted by the Public Service Commission, which could have an impact on the department's financial performance and compliance-related matters. Finally, we want to raise concern that the ongoing tension between SARS and National Treasury remains a concern which does not bode well for the integrity and functionality of these two institutions. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
House Chairperson, Honourable Members, thank you very much. The National Freedom Party welcomes and supports the budget report on finance. However, we want to raise a few concerns, and we believe that they will be taken into cognizance. The National Treasury has become a contested terrain and potential prey for prowlers of state capture. The Minister of Finance is operating in an environment of political hostility, distracted by the deployment of state agencies to destabilize and undermine the confidence, the confidence and his integrity and ability to stand at the helm of the National Treasurer. Such blatant destabilization of the department has far-reaching consequences for the country and may well impact negatively on the ability of the department to execute its mandate. The National Freedom Party notes that the department has spent 97.8% of its budget, but disappointingly achieved only 76.5% of its target. As a leading department which is expected to set the pace and standard for other departments with regard to financial management and service delivery, the Department of Finance has much room for improvement. The Auditor General has given the department an unqualified audit opinion indicating that the department is, as a whole, being managed well financially. However, there are observations and recommendations contained in the Auditor General's report which should be taken serious by the department. Finally, the National Freedom Party is in agreement with the recommendations contained in the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, tabled here today. In particular, we urge the department to attend to the problematic issues of a recurring nature, such as vetting of employees, legislation not being implemented as planned, oversight over public entities in terms of submission of the audit reports and annual financial statement, insufficient staff capacity,
Thank
and
you,
delays in the
Member.
recruitment
Your
process.
time is up.
Thank you, Chairperson.
ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP supports this report. We share concerns about the possibility of a credit ratings downgrade when the agencies do their review later this month and early next month. A credit downgrade will result in the cost of borrowing, which is already a staggering 147 billion, to rise significantly. It will also cause capital flight, currency weaknesses, and economic growth to deteriorate further, resulting in job losses. It is something we as a country cannot afford. Now, one of the main risks to a possible downgrade is the state's contingent liabilities and the extent to which guarantees to SOEs may be called upon. These stood at 469.9 billion, with a total guarantee exposure of 263 billion. The largest exposure being Eskom at more than 170 billion. Now, it is for this reason that the ACDP supports this BRRR's recommendation that National Treasury must strengthen its oversight over SOEs such as Eskom and SAA. This particularly after the startling observations made by the Public Protector in a state capture report relating to Eskom. We also agree that SAA and in time all SOEs should be audited by the Auditor General. Yesterday, the Reserve Bank stated that the country's deteriorating economic and fiscal outlook placed pressure on the sovereign credit rating. But it also indicated that Moody's have recently said that there's a less than 50% chance that it would downgrade the country later this month. And we trust from the ACDP side that the efforts of government, business and labour will avert any downgrade. We welcome the CEO initiative whereby CEOs will meet with the credit ratings agencies ahead of their reviews. Lastly, we must stop shooting ourselves in the foot, such as charging a sitting Minister of Finance with very serious charges and then withdrawing such charges.
Your time is up.
This the country can ill afford.
The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair and honourable members. The UDM supports the BRRR report of the Standing Committee on Finance. We would, however, like to highlight a few areas of concern in the performance of the departments or entities that fall under the Standing Committee on Finance, some of which are already highlighted in the report. It concerns us greatly to see that NT, for instance, National Treasury spent about almost 100% of its budget, while only managing to achieve 76.5% of its targets. While this is not entirely bad in terms of performance for the National Treasury, but the situation is worse in other departments. Generally, for instance, you find that budgets perform poorly with regards to our predetermined objectives while spending all their budgets. Therefore, we propose that the target setting exercise takes into account performance both in terms of financial and non-financial performance when setting and allocating resources to various entities around the country. It has also become very important for us as a nation to verify and assess the quality of the spend in each and every single department that we have. We agree with the committee that National Treasury must double its efforts in oversighting public entities when it comes to the submission of annual reports and annual financial statements. It is unacceptable, for instance, to have in this day and age entities such as SAA that are allowed to go on for years without having submitted annual financial statements and reports. Under expenditure in Program 8 that deals with the Jobs Fund and the Municipal Finance Improvement Program, which provides specialized services on procurement to municipalities and departments and so on, has to be dealt with as a matter of urgency, as most municipalities depend on these services. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The ANC.
There we go, Madam Chair. Mr. David, just see how clever I am, Mania, ranting again. lots of noise, sound and fury signifying nothing. What actually happened? We discovered that National Treasury spent 97.8% of the budget. They delivered on more than 3/4 of their targets. The discrepancy was dealt with by the AG's report. The DA was unable to respond to the National Treasury and explain why it was unable to deliver more. So here it is, all the noise and bluster. And Mr. David Me Mania likes to present himself as this valiant hero fighting against the forces of darkness. And the pun is intended because that's what it is. Black people are the force of darkness. That's what it is. Were it not for him, he argues, were it not for him, the PIC would never have listed its investments. That's not true. It's the ANC that put the PIC on the agenda. In November last year, our study group decided in the public interest that we will hold the PIC before Parliament and ask them about all these things. Now, it may impress his bosses in the DA. It might help to promote him in the DA, but it has no material effect on the committee, this Parliament, or the country. It is absolutely untrue that they were forced to do so. When he talks about a 5-month battle, what is it about? Parliament rose at the end of May. We had a 3-month campaign on the elections. The only time the committee could meet was after the elections. So for 3 months, Parliament didn't sit.
Order.
Where's the 5 months issue? That's not true.
Order, honourable member. Can you take a pause? What's the point of order, honourable person? Order, members. What's the point of order?
The speaker sounds like he's in the Saxon World Tribune here.
Honourable person, can you take your seat? That was not the point of order. Thank you. Honourable member.
And you're the last person to speak. After all the bluster, after all the histrionics, what did we find out? That the PIC is investing in black economic empowerment, that it's transforming the economy. So all the claims about corruption and so on are just wrong. As for the other opposition parties, all of you made sensible suggestions. The ANC will agree with them. Thank you very much.
I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. If parties want to record their objections, they may indicate.
Chair, will you note the objection of the DA? Thank you.
DA's objection is noted.
Please note the objection of EFF.
EFF's objection is noted. The report has been agreed. Third order. Can the Secretary read the third order?
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Communications.
I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I move that the report be adopted, House Chair. Thanks.
The motion is that the report be adopted. However, I've been advised that there are declarations by parties. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The DA will be supporting this BRRR report. We most certainly do not do so in support of the Department of Communications or Minister Motambi's disastrous term as the Minister of Communications. We support this report in recognition of the stellar work of the Communications Portfolio Committee that has done great work in keeping the Minister and the entities reporting to her accountable. It has been an honor serving with the members of this committee who, of late, have become steadfast in fulfilling their constitutional obligations as elected public representatives of this august House. Long may it last. In terms of the BRRR reports, the DA is pleased that the committee has agreed to regularly monitor the implementation of the recommendations contained in the report. These recommendations include requesting the Minister to make available the shareholder compacts that she has signed with entities, requesting full status of performance agreements of all management of entities, requesting that she present to the committee concrete plans to ensure that the department and its entities respond to the recommendations of the AG, and ensuring that concrete plans are in place to address the consequences of poor performance at the SABC. With regards to the mess that is the SABC, the DA looks forward to participating in the parliamentary inquiry which we called for in order to get to the bottom of the governance issues plaguing the SABC. The inquiry will be vital to the survival of the SABC and the restoration of trust between the public broadcaster and the people of South Africa. The establishment of this ad hoc committee is a victory for parliamentary accountability, and the DA will engage in the process to make sure that it happens. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects this report and its recommendation. The Department of Communication is failing to create an enabling environment and conducive for engagement in society to promote diversity and equality in media and communication. The department is failing to urgently address the issue of monopoly, particularly on premium television content in South Africa. Broadcasting is not regulated towards transformation. This is made worse by controversial and, I might add, politically charged editorial decisions and policies in the SABC, an institution that is supposed to be independent with a healthy proximity from people in power. The 22-year-old failure of this department to give strategic and policy direction, as well as whip the SABC into line and work with its ICASA, is manifestation of its lack of capacity to fulfill its mandate. In its last budget, the SABC has failed to deal with issues around payment of artists in back payments, and this has not been dealt with by the so-called needle time, which is failing, especially in the television and thingy industry. It's made worse by the fact that the minister fails to attend meetings and fails to attend parliament, and therefore cannot monitor this industry well. We are being misled here in parliament by institutions such as the SABC because they are not being monitored by this department, and for that reason the EFF rejects this report. Thank you very much.
The Inkatha Freedom Party.
Honourable House Chairperson, the IFP agrees with the recommendations in this report, but we do however have serious concerns. Firstly, there's a lack of consequences for non-performance in the department and its entities. And the Auditor General has again reported more instances of irregular and fruitless expenditure. But these challenges are nothing compared to the crisis at the SABC. There has been no leadership from Minister Mutambi. Instead, she has remained mum while the SABC again limped from a non-crisis to another. But it's important to remind ourselves how we got to the SABC crisis. And it starts here in Parliament through a flawed parliamentary process, a process which seeks to appoint the best qualified South Africans to the board, but a process which is then abused by the ruling party as an opportunity to appoint loyal cadres to that SABC board. And as we were just recently reminded by a former board member, Krish Naidu, who told us it was the ANC that appointed him to the board, not Parliament. These sentiments were shared by the Honourable Mutambi, who earlier this year told us that if you want to serve on the SABC board, you must move from this side of the House to this side of the House. So political interference has been built into the SABC and ruthlessly exploited by the ANC. And now that the ANC is divided, the board has gone rogue. It is beholden to a faction within the ANC. The IFP looks forward to the inquiry that will be held, which we will support, which will also help us get to the bottom of the crisis. But for as long as political interference continues to destabilize our public broadcaster, the IFP will remain defiant in saying paying your TV license is not the right thing to do, Honourable Minister.
The NFP.
Chairperson, honourable members, the National Freedom Party wants to put forth some of the very pertinent suggestions which I think is in the best interest of the Department of Communication, because we have observed that this department has been leaping from one challenge to another, and the challenges in the Department of Communications are not new, particularly with the SABC. We have noted that when it comes to matters of governance, when it comes to matters of management, when it comes to matters of fiscal discipline, there has been a total breakdown. There are critical vacancies that have not been filled for years, which makes it impossible, especially for the SABC, to function properly. And the disciplinary matters have not been taken. And we're coming here in good faith as National Freedom Party, Honorable Minister, to say it is time that you crack the whip and you put things in their proper order, in the SABC in particular, because we cannot have a public broadcaster that is perceived to be operating for a political party. The public broadcaster is for all the races of the country. So we are saying, therefore, as the NFP, in good faith, that it is high time that within the SABC, those vacancies are filled. And if there is any person that has done wrong, that person is disciplined. If there are vacancies that are not filled, those vacancies must be filled. Financial controls have broken down, and we cannot accept that as the National Freedom Party. We want to say, therefore, the SABC must respond to the charter as it is recorded, that the SABC's charter should reflect South African attitudes, opinions, ideas, values, and artistic creativity. As espoused in the charter, it must display South African talent in education and entertainment programs, and so on and so on. And we say, therefore, as the NFP, we support the recommendations brought here by the Prophet. Thank you so much.
ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The African National Congress supports the BRRR report and want to highlight issues as follows. The Department of Communications received a clean audit in its first financial year as a new department. The acting DG and his team must be congratulated, and the political head of the department, Minister Mtambi, must be congratulated. GCIS has been consistent in receiving clean audits. We must also say that it gets clean audits despite that they allocated most of its resources to the newly established DOC. Remember, GCIS is a department on its own with the acting Director General under the DOC Minister. PSA, MDDA, FPB, ICASA, and SABC are the entities of the department. PSA received a clean audit for the first time after 3 financial years. MDDA, ICASA, and FPB remained stagnant as they received unqualified audit opinions with findings. The challenge, though, is going to be to sustain the clean audit status received by GCIS and DOC and its entities. But if what the portfolio committee...
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Order. Honourable members, I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. If parties want to record their objections, they must do so.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF objection is noted. The report has been agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I move again, Chair, for the adoption of the report.
The motion is that the report be adopted. However, parties have requested to make their declarations. I now ask the DA to do so.
Thank you, House Chairperson. It is a concern to the Democratic Alliance that the department that is responsible for food security in this country has had its budget cut over the medium-term framework to the tune of 550 million rand over the next 3 years. We find it unacceptable that the department is directly responsible for these budget cuts due to underspending. Our report then insists that the department submit an analysis to Treasury detailing the effects of such budget cuts to farmers and on food security, as well as their plans to properly administer these budgets. The department has set a target of assisting 300,000 small-scale black farmers, but in the absence of an agricultural census, it is impossible to assess if there is a real impact on agricultural reform in South Africa. We therefore support that this census take place and soon as possible. The recent drought has had a severe impact on the cultivation of land and of food production. It is therefore unacceptable that only 6% of uncultivated land has been utilized for food production this year, and no clear plan exists on how are we going to change it in the current year. With rising food prices, the constitutional right and to availability, accessibility and adequate food, this is a problem. It is unacceptable that no comprehensive strategy exists to assist farmers to mitigate or adapt to climate change, and that a mere 220 million rand extra has been allocated for drought relief, and it's inadequate to access the worst drought in records in South Africa. The committee have therefore set a deadline for February 2016 to the department as a deadline to ensure a comprehensive and practical early warning system and measure to respond to future climate change phenomena.
Order, Honourable Member, your time is up.
We will support this report. Thank you.
EFF.
Thank you, Chair. This department has done nothing different from what was done under apartheid. It has failed to dent the patterns of ownership when it comes to our agricultural and ocean economy. In fact, big business is safer under this government than it was under apartheid. On the 8th of November 2016, in a portfolio committee meeting, the minister himself said, and the minister is a member of the SACP, he said that he has a fear for the big 5 ocean companies and its stranglehold that it has on our fishing quotas. The cowardice of this government is the reason why our coastal fishing villages have become ghost towns, with its harbours in a state of decay. The recent fishing allocation process has again rendered our traditional small-scale fishers as casualties, where, for example, only 25 out of 200 applicants from the Vrygrond Fishing Co-op were granted licenses. Just as disastrous as with Tina Jumat-Peterson, when quotas were allocated to MK vets who didn't know a fishing rod from an AK-47. This government will never turn on its cronies in big business and nationalize the economy for the benefit of all South Africans. The state of our agricultural economy is equally disastrous. The dispossession of South Africa started with land dispossession. 80% of South Africa is agricultural land. In the table grape sector here in the Western Cape, there are 12,500 hectares of table grape farmland, and only 48 hectares are owned by blacks. Ownership is the key issue when it comes to agriculture. This is also the main cause of upheaval in the agricultural sector. And the scary part, Chairperson, this department has a chronic staff issue. An HR official has been purging competent staff members on behalf of the executive. She's always late in the office and hungover, probably from Saxon World Shebeen. She has lost employee files and suspended staff without following proper procedures. It is for this reason that the EFF cannot support this report.
Order. The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. The IFP supports the report. The continuing severe drought conditions in the country have seen the Department of Resources, both budgetary and human, stretched to the maximum as it assisted drought-stricken areas across the country. Smallholder and subsistence farmers benefited greatly from the relief received. In respect of the utilization of land, falling under traditional communities, the department must take care in not duplicating its role with that of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. Land care, eradication of alien plants or vegetation, and fostering of indigenous vegetation must be a priority. It is also suggested that the department identify areas in our rural areas most affected by the current drought conditions and build small dams for communal livestock to share. Animal welfare remains of grave concern, not only in terms of the supply of water, but also in respect of the current fireworks season, which is upon us. The IFP calls for the stricter control as regards fireworks being used only in controlled areas, and this be enforced by the local authorities. Thank you.
The NFP.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the National Freedom Party believes in giving credit where it is due, and we noted that the department has received an unqualified audit opinion, and both irregular as well as wasteful and fruitless expenditure in the department has been reduced substantially. We also noted that the department has reduced its underspending from 63.5 million in previous financial year to a commendable 8.2 million in this year, and that the department has spent more than 99.5% across all its programs. The department also achieved 81.7% of its target, which reported on in its annual performance plan. And the National Freedom Party believes that the performance is reasonable. It does, however, leave plenty of room for improvement, especially in Program 5, responsible for forestry and natural resources management, as well as Program 6, responsible for fisheries management. The NFP fully supports the observation and recommendations of the Portfolio Committee. In particular, we support the recommendation that additional funding be allocated for the planned agricultural centers, which could be an invaluable instrument for meaningful and speedy land reform. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
The UDM supports the report and is encouraged by the improvements shown by the department. However, this ministry remains an unapologetic member of the economic cluster, as agriculture is still stuck below the 3% line in our GDP. A contributing factor thereto is the lack of land ownership by black farmers, hence they marched to the union buildings recently. The political capture in South Africa is in KZN, political capture site. The economic capture site is in Saxonwold, right in the economic hub of this country. If we agree that agricultural economy has not yet been seen by black farmers, then the department should do the following. The department must actualize the promise made to the farmers of upgrading 50 in each province. The department must ensure that the farmers have ownership of the land with title deeds in their hands. The department should, with immediate effect, train its personnel so that they are fully equipped with skills to help emerging farmers to graduate to commercial farmers. The ministry must pay attention to the scary state of affairs of the Fort Cox Agricultural and Forestry College in the Eastern Cape, because 20 years into democracy, this college is governed by an interim bill which was intended to repeal the Ciskei decree. Staff members of that college are not sure who their employer is, resulting in instability and lack of commitment to work. Students do not have access to the NS funds. Speaker, misalignment between budget and programs of the department is not acceptable. The department failed to meet its target of allocating rights to 9 fishing sectors with absolute no explanation for the reasons. Minister, we hope you are aware that 11,000 hectares of land previously acquired by this government and handed over to CPAs for agricultural production has now been sold away by them. Is there cooperation between your department and Mr. Quintus?
Thank you very much, House Chair. In order to live, one should eat. The Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries is a living department in the sense that it feeds the nation and provides employment opportunities. Just like mining, agriculture contributes to the growth of South African economy. As a committee, we did receive a report, we deliberated and made our observations and recommendations. We now table this report for adoption by this House. Though the department is trying its best, there are challenges that need to be attended to. The 490 tractors bought at 400 million distributed to provinces, that is 35 tractors per province, can no longer be traced. This is a big challenge because people did not benefit from those tractors, but it was just the certain individuals that did. If the traditional leaders and stakeholders had been properly consulted, this would not have happened. Again, another challenge, the deaths that happened is a result of the laws that were made to staff members. These debts now cannot just be written off because these are the monies that are supposed to help the poor people. Efforts, therefore, must be made to recover these monies. Another challenge is that one of El Nino. Is it Mr. El Nino, the drought that has got a great impact, negative impact on our agricultural products? However, Honorable Chairperson, there's a lot that this department now has done. For instance, the signing of the Small-Scale Fisheries Act in February this year should be appreciated. This means ordinary people, poor people will be in a position to legally engage in fishing. This department should ensure that food security is for all.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
The ANC.
No, thank you very much, Chair. From the onset, the African National Congress would like to thank all political parties who participated in the deliberations of the Portfolio Committee, and their contribution was quite fruitful, except one party, of course, which does not attend such meetings, and we shall talk to that at a later stage. We are happy, Madam Chair, as the African National Congress, that the department performed extremely well in implementing its key policy indicators. The small-scale fishery policy, which is one of our transformatory policy, is on track. And I must indicate to those who have a problem with this policy and with the manner in which we are running this department, that de-racializing the economy, and particularly the fishing sector, is not negotiable. The department and its entities, African Research Council, your OBP, your SABC, and so on, all of them, they've received a clean audit, and it is commendable. And I must say, from the comments of the Auditor General, the Auditor General indicated to all of us that there are few issues that has been highlighted from the Department of Agriculture which they need to attend to. Now, I can tell you that this department is one of the candidates for a clean audit, which is an unqualified audit opinion without any matters of emphasis. Now, Minister, we must say as the ANC, continue to do the good work. You have a DG who is new, who is energetic and so on, we must use that energy effectively. The road to success is always under construction.
Honorable
Don't
Malloy,
be distracted
your time
by
has
some
expired.
people who don't understand what is it that they are talking about. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There being objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. The ayes obviously has it.
Deputy Speaker, please note the objection of the EFF.
We'll do that. Honorable members will note the objections of the EFF. The motion is agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Labour.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the report be adopted. The motion is that the report be adopted. I see Honorable Ollis ready for declaration.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance will support this budget review and recommendation report of the Department of Labour because it captures most of our concerns. Of course, it goes without saying that the bench of the Minister of Labour is empty when we're debating something on Labour. It's long been the practice of this Minister to show the middle finger to this House and to the Labour Committee, where she has, of course, only attended once in almost 6 years for 13 minutes. But of course, the reason for that is that the chairperson of the Labour Committee also shows the middle finger to the committee by refusing to invite the minister. It's like a tag team of two people who are not going to ever come to Parliament and answer. 4 things I want to highlight in the report. The ICT targets, the computer targets, have never been achieved for the last financial year, and you can see it. If you go to the Randburg Labour Office, 3 times last week the computer system didn't work and people queued the whole day and they couldn't get their UIF and compensation claims in because the computer system doesn't work. Promoting sound labour relations is a goal of this department and it has specific targets. It failed to achieve all of the targets. Think about that. Its job is to promote sound labour relations and it fails at all those targets. Thirdly, we note that the chairman of the CCMA board was appointed irregularly for 5 years without a nomination from NEDLAC, which is required in terms of Section 116 of the Labour Relations Act. He was appointed for 5 years when the Act specifies he can only be appointed for 3 years. That's what happened when you appoint cadres of the government. And finally, the department, we have requested, provides regular feedback on court cases that have been, or rather on cases that have been reported to SAPS for corruption in this department. We specifically are looking for answers on the money spent by the former executive director and CFO of NEDLAC, who took the platinum cards and went on a spending spree buying clothing at the Ferrari shop. Thank you.
Honorable Khawla.
The EFF rejects the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee. We do so based on the following observations. The department has failed to provide oversight over its entities, in particular the 2. The first one, the compensation fund. The entity has a payout backlog of over 70 million for over the past 3 to 5 years. They call it a legacy fund. Over 45,000 people in the whole South Africa have been waiting for their payouts hopelessly. The department is holding the money. The second one is Productive South Africa. The entity has failed to live up to its mandate. The entity is charged with a mandate to make South African workplace productive and create enabling environment for job creation and job retention. Instead, the entity has done the opposite. South African workplaces have become unproductive and job shedders.
The Auditor General in both departments has found inefficiency in terms of leadership and financial control. Under the department, we have seen the collapse of labor relations. We see the collapse of labor relations at the moment. The workers at Robertson Winery have been on strike for the past 2 months, demanding a living wage and humane conditions. Because they are not blocking the roads or burning property, the minister and her department have not been able to be there to provide answers and leadership. The sectoral determination for farm workers, which came about as a result of farm workers in Didon's farm, has not been implemented. Workers are still getting paid peanuts, and with wine and food, farmers charge workers for electricity, for petrol to go and buy food, for rent, and at the end of the month, most farm workers have a negative balance on their pay slip. This is slavery right under the nose of the democratic government. The minister has not been able to utter a single word to reject the budget review.
Honorable Mngongo.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP will support the report. However, as I have stated on numerous occasions, there remains unresolved and contentious issues in the Labour Relations Act that require redress and speedy resolution. One of these being a decision on the application of a minimum wage regime. In this respect, I'm aware that protracted negotiations are currently taking place at NEDLEC around the national minimum wage. However, the IFP remains of the opinion that a standard cross-sectoral national minimum wage will do more harm than good. A sector-specific minimum wage will prevent unnecessary job losses in sectors that are marginal or are experiencing difficulties. An example being the current drought conditions that are ravaging our agricultural sector. A national minimum wage, if in effect, could have led to massive retrenchment and greater unemployment. Honorable Deputy Speaker, unemployment in South Africa is beyond crisis levels. It is a national disaster. A workforce of approximately 9 million unemployed is nothing short of a social and economic catastrophe. We have one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, which is growing worse and worse by the day. Labor absorption remains critically low, and non-participation in terms of labor force available shows about 27% unemployment. These estimates are conservative and take into account only those actively seeking jobs. The growing class of discouraged job seekers are not factored in. I mean those who have simply given up looking for employment opportunities. Our unemployed must be assisted in finding and keeping gainful employment, as its corollary only fast-tracks people into using their pension funds prematurely. Yes. I thank you.
NFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, South Africa is in a grip of economic crisis, and we are looking to the abyss of a credit rating downgrade, which will make matters even worse. One of the factors which have contributed significantly to our economic downward spiral is policy uncertainty, and Labour policy is considered to be one of the major concerns deterring would-be investors from investing in our country. The blame for this policy uncertainty must be on the shoulders of the Department of Labour. And it comes at no surprise if we consider that the department has failed to achieve half of its strategic goals and less than 43% of its goals in Programme 4, which deals with the labour policy and industrial relations. The NFP also notes with concern that substantial increase in irregular expenditure to 25.3 million in the current financial cycle from 80.1 million previously. At the same time, we have to commend the entities of the department for the dramatic reduction in irregular expenditure from 446 million in 2014-2015 to 58 million in 2015-2016 financial year. The department will be well advised to implement the recommendations contained in the report by the Portfolio Committee today, and in particular to urgently address issues raised by the Auditor General. In addition, the department should, in our view, make a greater effort to bring stability on our labor policy and treat it as a matter of urgency. Our economic recovery requires all role players to contribute, and the Department of Labor is an important role player in this regard. I thank you. The NFP supports the report.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson. Nyangeni.
The ANC supports the report. The minister will come to the committee when there are issues that the department cannot answer. On the issue of the CCMA and the forensic report, I mean, it's a broken report each and every year. Honorable Ollis will stand here and tell you about the forensic report. The truth is known that that report was sent to SABC and it's still with SABC. There is no report yet that he knows. The ANC applauds the department for attaining an unqualified audit outcome for the 5th consecutive year. This is an affirmation of hard work put by the department to address numerous issues around governance and financial management. Over the 2015-16 financial year, the department has honored commitments such as quarterly reporting to the committee, which have assisted in ensuring close monitoring of the department's program, performance, and expenditure. The Auditor General, the ANC acknowledge and accept the Auditor General's findings on the Department of Labour state of financial health. And the Committee of Labour has already engaged with the department's leadership to ensure that the corrective steps given by the AG are given urgent attention. The history of the audit outcome of the compensation fund has been marked with negativity in terms of findings. However, the committee appreciates the progress made towards addressing the audit findings. The action plan has been developed to put systems in place to improve service delivery. For an example, an electronic...
Chairperson, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There being objections, let's hear that.
Honourable Chair, note the objection of the EFF.
Will do so. The report is agreed, noting the objection of the EFF. The next item on the order paper is the motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Maimane.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Please take your seat, Honourable Member. Please take your seat. Can we welcome our visitors in the gallery? You are very much welcome, except we don't welcome your clapping and participating in any form that is left for your members in the House here. Thank you very much. Honorable Shivambo, what are you rising on?
I'm rising on a point of order to say that we have written new recurrent letters to specifically request that in the process of removing a president, because we voted for him through a secret ballot, later on when the voting on this question arises, we need to introduce a secret ballot because it's logical that because we voted a president through a secret ballot, when we have to remove such a president, we should engage through a secret ballot. We know that majority of us here in Parliament
Honorable
would
Member.
want to remove a president, but because of fear of victimization, can we agree that at the end of this process, we're going to utilize a secret ballot so that we are able to get rid of the crisis that is facing South Africa and our people remain safe? So that is a concrete issue that we want to table, that at the end of this debate, we must have secret ballot.
Yeah. Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. And secondly, take your seat. Honorable members, the voting procedures in the Assembly are determined by the Constitution and the rules of the Assembly. There's no provision for a vote on a motion of no confidence in terms of 102 of the Constitution, or for the removal of the President in terms of Section 89 of the Constitution, to be conducted by a secret ballot. The Constitution provides for specific instances where the Assembly conducts its business by secret ballot, namely the election of the President, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, when more than one candidate is nominated. In the matter of Plomama and others versus the Speaker and another, the Western Cape High Court ruled that there was no implied or express constitutional requirement for voting by secret ballot in respect of a motion of no confidence in the President. For these reasons, and in the interest of the National Assembly obligation in terms of the Constitution to conduct its business in an open and transparent manner, a vote by way of secret ballot is not agreed to. And as we said to you in writing, Honorable Member, that position remains unchanged. Proceed, Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, on more than one occasion, we brought to the attention of the Rules Committee, of the subcommittee that dealt with the rules, that it's basic logic that if you vote for a person through a secret ballot, and if you get to a stage where you have to remove that person, a secret ballot must be the method through which you remove such a person.
Okay.
And we are appealing to you
Deputy
again
Speaker, on a point
that
of order,
we have to engage through a secret ballot to remove a person who voted through a secret ballot. Why is that difficult? What is difficult about that?
Okay. Take your seat, Honorable Member. What is difficult is that for that decision to take place, it must be agreed to in the appropriate structures of Parliament, and it has not been agreed to. And in the absence of such an agreement, there is no way we are going to agree to that. This House is conducted strictly according to the rules, not by my whims as the presiding officer now or any other presiding officer. Politically, that's the necessity for us to proceed. Honorable Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, I don't know why the EFF wants to disrupt workings of this House. Because Judge Goliath in the Western Cape High Court ruled as follows on the same matter. The Constitution provides, as you have said, but Judge Goliath further said, there is no implied or express constitutional requirement for voting by secret ballot in respect of a motion of no confidence in the President. We have a court judgment. Why do you entertain this man?
Honorable Member. Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, can I respond to that man?
Honorable Members.
Can I respond to that man?
Honorable
man who goes out to say that
Honorable
we must remove a president and then he comes and plays double standard.
Honorable
here.
Member,
can I respond to him?
Take your seat first.
Please.
Take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Members.
Can I respond to that double-headed man who doesn't know what he's talking about?
No, take your seat, please. Take your seat. Honorable Chief Whip, Rule 82 requires of us to call each other here Mr. or Honorable.
Mr. Shivambo.
Yes, take your seat. Honorable Shivambo, the same applies to you. The same applies to you. Honorable Chivambo, the same applies to you.
Mr. Jackson, the principle, Deputy Speaker, is that the Constitution says that in order to run the affairs of this House, the National Assembly must pass the rules that are consistent with the Constitution.
Yes.
And a rule that says that we cannot remove a president who was elected through a secret ballot through the same means is not consistent with the Constitution.
Okay.
A proper interpretation on how we want to remove a president is that we have to utilize secret ballot because there's a real fear of victimization.
Okay.
Your members of the ANC already have said that this president must fall. What is difficult about agreeing now that we must utilize secret ballot? It's a basic thing that we have to do.
Take your seat. Honorable members, we will proceed. The ruling remains. There is no provision for the distinguishing of this matter. We proceed as agreed to. Proceed, Honorable Maimane.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kwangwa, yes.
May I have your attention, please?
Yes.
The principle that that we should try to have a single ballot this time around actually has to do with the fact that we're trying to save you guys, firstly. We're doing you a favor. But I think, no, it's true. Should I wait for them to finish? Because I'm going to make my point.
Honorable...
No, I want to make my point.
What's the point of order?
I need your protection.
Honorable members, allow me to deal with a member in front of me.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, in your ruling, you said that such a decision would have to be made in the appropriate structures of Parliament. Did you say that?
Yes.
We agree with you entirely. So we're saying maybe this matter should be deferred to Chief Whips to have a brief consultation about what to do and how to take the process forward. You have a problem getting up because the Ulutuli House is turning you into an interest group.
Honorable Kwangwa,
support ANC.
Address me.
Yes, I'm proposing the proposal from the UDM says. This matter, but you're asking me to conclude my point.
I've heard you, Honorable
Can I conclude my point, please? If you don't mind.
And finish, yes.
We are asking that this matter be deferred to Chief Whips to have a discussion and a consultation around it. It's a structure of Parliament, isn't it?
Okay.
The issue that you are saying, we're proposing that this matter, we should do it via secret ballot, and we're saying it should be taken to that structure so that we can have a discussion about it. If you're saying an appropriate structure of Parliament must deal with it, it means you yourself can't deal with it right now.
Okay. Honorable members, Honorable Member, the programming committee confirmed this meeting today. There will be no change.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes,
I rise under Rule 92.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, what is so difficult for you as ANC members to use the secret ballot?
Honorable Member.
Why are you afraid of using the secret ballot if you are sure about your numbers?
Honorable Member, I have ruled on this matter.
No, just clarify me. As ANC, what are you afraid for?
Take your seat.
We want to save this country from Zuma. Please.
Honorable Member, take your seat. Honorable Members, we have done with this matter. Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker.
No, take your seat. There's a member at the back there. What are you raising, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to request you, Deputy Speaker, to make sure that the House understands that we're just here for debate. Then when we go for voting, the members can raise all those things. By the way, Deputy Speaker, the members must know we are still going to vote as the ANC, but we are not going to take instruction from them. Thank you.
Honorable members. Go ahead, Honorable Member. Go ahead.
Deputy Speaker, we would like to call on you to allow the debate to proceed. The Honorable Maimane is waiting. We are ready to debate the matter. We are ready to vote when the time comes. The matter of voting arises after we have debated. We would like to proceed with the business of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do that. That's exactly. Honorable Madisha, you are the last person on this matter.
Sorry, Stan, bungkombili.
Honorable member, no. I have mentioned Honorable Kauli.
Bengifuna ukwazi ukuthi
No.
yini inkinga usinisabani ukuthi
No. Honorable Madisha, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You have quoted a number of instances which actually say that we must go on, okay? That we must not have this thing, that the secret ballot is actually extremely important. I mean, when the president gets elected, it is through the secret ballot. The instance of
Honorable member,
and so on.
Honorable member,
the issue of the secret ballot
honorable member,
is
please
put
take your
aside.
seat. No.
I'm saying, therefore, that you are wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
You are wrong, Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
And we, therefore, have got to follow that which is correct. If you follow that route, then you are absolutely unfair. There's got to be a secret ballot. Otherwise, Mr. Zuma will be there to vote for a particular point that he wants himself.
Honorable members, we have made rulings on this matter before. Honorable member, no, don't do that.
Why you ngangkhombe?
Don't do that. Take your seat. You have no right. No. Take your seat.
Why you ngangkhombe?
Honorable members, we have made rulings on this matter before, and joint rules made rules on this matter. The courts have pronounced themselves on this matter. We will not deviate from that decision now. Members must prepare themselves, if they wish to do that, to take up this matter in the structures. Today we are proceeding with the debate as in the procedures as agreed to this morning and today. And that's why, Mr. Maimane, Honorable Maimane, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Maimane, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker, but I'm calling for your attention. I'm calling for your attention.
Well, why, Honorable?
I'm raising on a point of order.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member? What is the point of order?
You have made decisions before like that. Don't shortcut anything. The simple thing is that, okay, subject the decision to the House then. When it comes to voting, you must subject the decision to the House, and you must remember that even if you steamroll a decision through your narrow majoritarian approach, it's still subject to constitutional challenge.
Honorable member.
Because it cannot be correct.
Honorable member.
We vote for a person through a ballot which is secret, and then later on we have to remove him. We must vote open.
Take your seat.
There are Gupta ministers here.
Honorable member, you are out of order. Completely out of order. And please understand, honorable members, we are not allowing any more hands, please. Let's allow the debate to proceed. Yes, let's proceed. Honorable Maimane, proceed.
Chair. Deputy Speaker.
No, honorable members, I have said that we are proceeding with the
Deputy
meeting.
Speaker.
No. Honorable member, no.
Can I be recognized, please?
I have recognized you, and I'm saying no, sir.
No, but
please accept that.
No, you have not recognized me.
Please accept that.
Recognize me and say no.
Honorable members, I'm not allowing you to proceed on this matter. Can you allow me to proceed on this?
Chair, it's on a different matter.
Honorable members,
Speaker, it's on a different matter.
What is it? What is the different matter?
Sorry, Chair. Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to alert the House on two issues, on two constitutional issues. One, everybody has a right to vote, and two, the Bill of Rights, Section 14, number D, says that we have a right to privacy.
And in light of the victimization that the chief whip of the EFF is speaking
Honourable
of,
member, you are out of order.
On a point of
implemented
order,
in this
Honourable,
House.
Honourable Deputy
member,
Speaker.
please.
On a point of order.
Yes.
For the sake of progress, I would propose that we vote on this matter. For the sake of progress, because we also have rights as members of parliament. We are here to debate this matter. We cannot be distracted by people who doesn't want to be part of this house. Can we vote on this matter, Honourable House Deputy Speaker?
Yes, you can't vote on a constitutional issue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead, Honourable
Thank
member.
you very much. Deputy Speaker, I just want us to be reminded of the fact that we have a rule book, and that in terms of the rules of this Parliament, Deputy Speaker, once you have given a considered ruling on the matter, and I refer you to 92(6), which reads, you might learn something if you just shut up for a bit. It reads that no point of order, Deputy Speaker, it reads that no point of order may be raised in response to a considered ruling, which you have already made, Deputy Speaker. I really want to propose that we uphold the rules of this House and that all points of order following your ruling be ruled out of order.
I have done
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members,
Speaker.
I have suggested.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
No.
I wish to agree. I rise to agree with the proposal that has been made. Please, can I help you, sir?
Honourable
I would like to help you.
You are out of order. Nobody allowed you to speak in the first place. So take your seat. No, take your seat. Whether you are rising or not, Honourable member, I have pointed out to you that we have ruled on this matter. Honourable Maimane, I request you now to proceed. I'm not allowing anybody.
But Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Maimane, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker, there's a proposal on the floor. There's a proposal on the floor. There's a proposal from the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC.
Honourable member, I will deal with that matter at the appropriate time in the House. Let's proceed. Honourable Shenge, with respect, sir, can we allow us to proceed? Go ahead, Shenge.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I just wanted to ask a question, sir, so that I can be enlightened. Why do you allow this debate? Because you have made a ruling here, and the chief whip actually did this. Why do you allow them? And people stand without you recognizing them, and you allow them to do that. We have all the power to say they must sit down. We have all the power to say they must leave the house.
Honourable Maimane, proceed.
Deputy Speaker, honourable members, fellow South Africans, Bagaetsu, Dumelang. This is South Africa. It's a land of contrasts where hope overcomes fear, where light shines through the dark, where good triumphs over evil. This is South Africa, where every generation faces its own struggle, the fight against colonialism, the fight against apartheid. We have overcome these struggles. We can overcome anything. This is South Africa, a place of reconciliation and forgiveness, where one man spent 27 years in prison so that we could all be free. He remains our moral icon. This is South Africa, a place of unimaginable beauty and extreme deprivation.
where the majesty of the landscape is blighted only by the poverty of its people. This is a scar on our collective conscience. This is South Africa, home of the best constitution in the world, a progressive charter specifically tailored to overcome our painful past, in which our social rights are enshrined alongside our civil rights. This is South Africa. It is the country we love, the country we live for, the country that we fight for, and the country we will die for. Honorable members, we are here.
Order, honorable members, order, order.
Can
order.
you pause the time?
Honorable members, the members would like to hear.
Let me know when you're ready.
Proceed, honorable member.
Honorable members, we are here to make a choice. The choice that we will make today will determine the future of every South African. Today, we can choose corruption or we can choose opportunity for all. We can choose to sit back while our state is captured by the greedy and the corrupt, or we can stand up against state capture. We can choose to elevate one man above the law, or we can fight for every person to be equal before the law. We can choose to let one man enrich himself, or we can help millions to free themselves from poverty. To put it plainly, Deputy Speaker, we can choose between Mr. Zuma or we can choose South Africa. That is the choice that each of us have to make today. When we make this choice, we must remember that whatever party we represent here, we are all members of Team South Africa. Many of us in this house share the same hopes and the same fears. We all want a better tomorrow. Yes, we have our differences, but we are actually not sworn enemies. The people who voted for us to stand up for them, not to fight each other. They put us here so that we can work together to find solutions to our country's challenges. Let us not forget that before 1994, South Africans came together from across the political divide to map our shared future. The negotiators of our constitution were able to reach across and find each other across a much wider divide than the one we have in this house today. Yet 2 decades later, we are struggling to
allow
find...
a member to speak, lower your voices. All members must be heard. Please lower your voice.
No, we've lost some time.
No, Honorable Maimane, no. Don't get involved in that.
Let me roll. Let me know when you're...
Proceed, honorable member.
No, I'm waiting for the time.
Proceed, honorable member.
Yet 2 decades later, we struggle to find common ground in the interests of all South Africans. And it is because we're constantly distracted by one man. Indeed, the only time we ever talk about our constitution in this house is when we debate how our president violated it. Surely it's not right. And today we have an opportunity to say to the people of South Africa that you, the people, matter more than the politicians. Today we have a chance to show that Team South Africa, we want the best for South Africa. A South Africa free from poverty, a South Africa free from unemployment, a South Africa that works, a country that treats its job creators as heroes, a country that says to the world that we are open for business, a country that says to the unemployed, you have a future and a hope. We have a chance to build a South Africa based on fairness and justice. A country where the innocent are protected. A country where powerful people who abuse their power face the consequences. You see, we are Team South Africa. Honorable Speaker.
Order, order, honorable members. Let's proceed. Proceed, honorable member. Go ahead.
But, honorable members, there is one man who stands between us and this destiny. This one man who holds us back from fulfilling the dreams of our people. I think you all know who that man is, because many of you have been speaking out against him. We agree, Lintate Motshekga, who says that the ANC leadership must choose between the president on one end and the ANC and the people of South Africa on the other hand. Babu Mthembu, I agree with you, Mawusho Uti. We should, as the NEC, step down, given that we have messed up. All these things happened under our watch. Honorable Hanekom is absolutely correct when he says, enough is enough. Clean up time. We love our country. Honorable Mutwaledi made an excellent point when he said, it's not because it's Praveen, but because I don't believe this should happen to anybody. And of course, Honorable Ngesi, uthetinyani soxawuthi, we must deal with corruption, whether it's by a politician or a public servant. It's not so often that we agree in this house. Today, we have a chance to make this agreement work for our country. Because together we can bring an end to this destructive chapter in our history. Together we can fulfill the role of this house, which is to hold the executive to account. I know that there are men and women in the ANC benches who want to do the right thing today. If you allow yourself to be guided by the conscience and do your duty to your country, we can achieve something great in this house. I'm asking you to take South Africa's side today. Whatever you choose, history will remember you for that choice. If you choose Mr. Jacob Zuma ahead of your country, you will live with the consequences of your decision. A vote against this motion is a vote for state capture. It is a vote for corruption. It is a vote for theft. It is a vote for power abuse. And yourself today, will your conscience allow you to inflict another 3 years of Mr. Zuma on our country? For since he came into office, 2.2 million more South Africans have joined the ranks of the unemployed. Our country's debt now stands at almost 50% of our GDP, with our debt repayment the fastest growing line item in our budget. As we sit here today, our economy is hurtling towards junk status. Expressing support for the president today will seal our fate. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, what we need today is we need the best possible leadership available as we head into turbulent days. And I want to ask everybody in this house today, let us not think of ourselves as members of a particular party or as politicians, but as South Africans. Let us put South Africa first. You see, too often we think of ourselves in this house as yellow, red, or blue. But all of those colors are together in our rainbow flag. We can put the flag first today. We must put South Africa first. Let us do this vote for the unemployed, the marginalized, and the downtrodden. Let us rise above our differences and put the people of this country first. I so ask you. Thank you very much.
Honorable the Minister of Water Affairs and Sanitation.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Singh. Honorable Minister, please take your seat.
Yeah.
Honorable Singh.
Yeah, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it seems the only way you get recognized here is if you stand, because if you put your hand up for a point of order, you don't get recognized. So I had to stand. I rise in terms of Rule 65 before the next speaker comes on. Honorable Deputy Speaker, all of us are allowed to express ourselves in this House through the vote, through the ballot. Now, each one of us as political parties have speakers assigned to participate in a debate. But when the Honorable Leader of the official opposition was speaking, we had members on this side of the House, at the back here, participating in the debate. When you have two ANC speakers assigned to participate in this debate, what they have done a few minutes ago will happen from this side or the other side later on. So please, Deputy Speaker, make sure you control this House in such a way that all of us get an opportunity to hear the speakers and hear their points of view. Thank you.
Honorable Singh, you are right that only you as honorable members can accept the rulings of the chair. If you ignore them, that's the consequences. The House will become disruptive and disorderly. Let's obey the rules of the House and not selectively. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, honorable members of the House, fellow South Africans. We are here again to bear witness to the desperate attempts of the DA and its allies to undermine the will of the people and attempt to distort what the Constitution dictates. Just 3 months ago, on the 3rd of August, the people of South Africa expressed their will without fear or favor. This they did through a free and fair democratic process wherein all parties were afforded an opportunity to contest an election. The ANC is amongst the men in South Africa that accepted the will of the people, and to date, the DA and its allies are presiding over some of our municipalities that were previously led by the ANC. As true democrats and pioneers of constitutional democracy in South Africa, we have listened and we have heard our people, and we are self-correcting and repositioning the ANC as a development-driven opposition in such municipalities. It will never be our intention to undermine the letter and spirit of our Constitution and the will of the people as expressed through the ballot, despite there being no outright majority winner. We have moved on. You listen, you'll be a better person. In 2014, more than 11 million South Africans voted for the African National Congress. Re kentse sefatlhego sa President Jacob Zuma mo balloting. Re itsisi batho ba South Africa gore ke ANC fela enang le maikarabelo a go tlhabolla maphelo a bona. Se se bileng sa diragala ke gore dimilione tsa batho ba rona mo nageng ya bo rona ba re file monyetla gape wa gore re tswellise pele tlhabologo, twantsho ya lehuma le tlhokafalo ya mesebetsi mo nageng e ya bo rona go tloga ka 2014. Njengoba sihlezi la namhlanje kule ndlu ephakamileyo, siyabona futhi amaqhinga abonomgogwana abacabanga ukuthi bazoqhubeka bangawuhloniphi umgaqo seko wala eNingizimu Afrika, umgaqo seko opha igunya lokuthi omunye nomunye umuntu unolungelo lokuthi alalelwe enkantolo, icala lakhe lilalelwe phambi kokuthi agwetshwe wonke umuntu umsulwa. Sihlezi la namuhla kuyo lendlu lephakamileyo sinaye uHonorable Glenis Breitenbach ngala oyilunga leParliament owumangalelwa wokukhwabanisa mangalelwa of being involved in criminal offences as she was a prosecutor in the National Prosecutorial Authority. As the NC, as the NC.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you in terms of Rule 85.2, if I may? If the Honourable Makanyana wishes to level accusations against the Honourable Breitenbach, then she must do what we've done today and bring a substantive motion to the House for debate. Otherwise, she is in contravention of those provisions of the rules. And I'll ask that she withdraws that.
Honorable, go ahead, we'll call on you now.
As the NC, we have never cast aspersions or doubts on the integrity of the NPA, even when the serious allegations that have led to the fraud charges that the Honorable Breitenbach faces today. This is because the conduct of the individual cannot bring us to undermine the integrity of the Constitution, of the institution. The motion we are here debating today is really a phantom to masquerade the essence and nature of opposition politics in our country and their quest to gain power by other means other than the ballot box, using a black face to protect the interests of the white minority. Continuously, the DA and its allies
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, we've had several rulings in the House about racial stereotyping and race baiting. I would ask that the Minister withdraws her reference to Mr. Maimane as blackface.
Honourable Speaker,
yes,
on a point of order.
Yes.
We all agree to matters of debate in this House. Any matters of debate that have not been ruled to be racist or unparliamentary. This matter that Honourable Makanyana is raising has no reference to any racism. It's a matter of debate.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
It was very clear that the Minister was implying, and if you check the Hansard, you will see for yourself, that Mr. Maimane is being used by people of another race to get the message here. That both casts aspersions on Mr. Maimane as an honourable member of this House and is using race to profile somebody. So if the ANC are wanting to say that it's open season now on racial profiling in the House, I think it's a very sad day for this House and for democracy.
Yeah. Honourable members, I want to implore on you, including in the debate, that we be careful of the language we use, and I will, as suggested, look at Hansard and in fact rule on that matter. Let's proceed, honourable members. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Continuously, the DA needs
order, Chairperson. Chairperson, order. Chairperson.
Honourable Member, yes.
We are tired of giving by DA these letters to our member of the ANC. Please, you must stop doing this in the House. If I can give it to you, because this will create a problem to us. They give all us the members, and the members also assist them to give us these letters.
Yes, give it to the table, honourable member, and yeah, we don't know what it is about. And explain to the...
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we want to confirm what the honourable member is raising, that the DA is sending letters to all members of the ANC to vote in a particular way in this debate. I have one, too.
Honourable members,
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Deputy Speaker, when we rise in the House, we rise on terms of the rules of the National Assembly. And I'd like the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party to point to the rule where it says it is unparliamentary to send letters. I received a particular nasty letter from Minister Davies 2 days ago, and you don't see me being a crybaby and raising it in the House.
Honorable Minister, please proceed. Honorable members, okay, order, let the Minister proceed and speak. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
Continuously, the DA and its allies present before this House motions and issues that seek to undermine our commitment to realize radical economic transformation and the creation of a social order that would benefit the majority of our people. They are trying hard to distract the NC and the government led by President Zuma from dealing with the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This motion against President Zuma, in whichever way it may be put, seeks to have us ignore the fact that the majority remains without access to land and remain spectators in an economy largely controlled by a minority elite that is opposed to transformation, masquerading and led by a black face. Those elitist forces emerge as led by the DA to advance a protracted onslaught against the president and government on speculations and unfounded sentiments. This is manifested in the DA's ideological drive that aims to keep intact the apartheid economic patterns. This is a glaring misrepresentation of facts and a total disregard of reality. Since coming into office, President Zuma, together with the leaders of the African National Congress present here, appointed the former public protector following due processes as per the Constitution. Secondly, during his tenure, President Zuma appointed commissions whose recommendations he has taken into consideration. The Siriti Commission, the Falam Commission, the Hia Commission are the prominent amongst others. Under his leadership, President Zuma signed 69 proclamations authorizing the Special Investigative Unit to undertake investigations intended to rid the state of corruption where it exists and to verify allegations of such where they arise. Just in the last financial year alone, the value of the 307 matters that have been referred to the NPA for prosecution and the assets for Fisher Unit for feature orders is 6.8 billion. It is this ANC government that uses the correct systems to deal with corruption, to deal with maladministration where it arises. Honorable members, the state in its very nature engages, lobbies, and is lobbied by civil society, business and non-governmental organizations in the course of daily functions. Remember the visit and the receival of a check by Madam Zille just a few months ago. However, it is precisely because the NC under the leadership of President Zuma has taken the battle of economic emancipation of our people to higher levels, both locally, globally, that we are under such attack. Our radical economic transformation agenda has struck a nerve with the majority of those who have come to benefit from creations of the apartheid economic system and global economic domination, of those who have continued to exploit our resources. Any reference to state capture must have reference to the historical promotion of monopoly capital, enrichment of individuals, and a few established companies who to date unashamedly continue to be the dominant beneficiaries of state investments. For an example, in ESCOM spends 40 billion on coal annually, largely on 4 companies that have owned these companies for between 20 to 40 years. Just listen. These contracts will come to an end only in 2020. And only, as I've indicated, 4 companies remain beneficiaries of this. And many of the owners of these contracts do not live in South Africa. Those who have have been benefiting continue to do so and are defending their ill-gotten gains at all costs and using their ownership of the means of production and some sections of the media to sow confusion. The DA is an unsatisfied complainant through its ill-conceived motions that seek not to only undermine the binding effect of the remedial action proposed by the public protector. In our quest to realize the objectives of socio-economic transformation under President Zuma, we have entered into binational and multinational agreements in an endeavor to grow the economy, create jobs, and close gaps of inequality. The initiative Invest South Africa, led by government, the private sector, and organized labor, continues to promote our economic fortunes aimed at steering the country out of the troubled global economic waters. It should also be mentioned that our fiscal imperatives are in full swing. The South African Revenue Services has, over the past 2 financial years, collected above the target despite the prevailing difficult economic climate. Actual collections in 2014-2015 were 986.3 billion rands. This surpassed the target by 7 billion rands. And in 2015-2016, the actual collection brought in historic revenue of 1.7 trillion, thus helping reduce the national deficit under extreme economic challenges. The 2016-2017 printed estimates, as announced by Minister of Finance Pravin Gordhan during his midterm budget, is 1.152 trillion, and all projections are that SARS will collect and meet this target despite the real GDP growth set out at 0.5, and for SARS to achieve this milestone, it must perform above 7% GDP growth. When we voted for President Zuma in this House, the NC came with a mandate that the president of the NC shall be the president of the country, as it was also reflected on the ballot paper, and it has never been a secret. Secondly, that the country would require a long-term plan and vision of where we want to take South Africa. Under President Zuma, and together with the people of South Africa, we now have a national development plan. In his tenure, the ANC had to make drastic interventions in the areas of HIV and AIDS, particularly the availability and access to treatment. We are rolling out comprehensive social security programs that have reduced the mortality rate in our country and mitigated the vulnerability of the poor, marginalized, and indigent. Over R1 trillion has been invested by government on social and economic infrastructure to promote economic opportunities and facilitate economic growth and social progression now during the 5th term of our administration. What is unfortunate, though, is that the DA and its allies know very well that this motion is ill-conceived and bound to fail, and have only raised it to denigrate and undermine the person and dignity of President Zuma. Contrary to the opinion of those who are opposed to the NC, who are convinced, as Thomas Carlyle, British historian and essayist, said that, and I quote, "Nothing builds self-esteem and self-confidence like accomplishment," close quote. Despite all the pantomimes and sideshows by the DA, President Zuma is focused on accomplishment that can only help grow the economy. To President Zuma, as the African National Congress was saying, the world will never appreciate the good you do 1,000,000 times, but will criticize the one wrong you do. Don't get discouraged. Always rise above all the laughter and criticism. We are not, as the ANC, we are not an organization that claims to be pure, but it is through our continuous efforts to remain true to the values and principles of the ANC that we remain much more focused, loyal to the Constitution, and being the pioneers of the Constitution, no one can dare challenge our commitment to that. As President Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "I am not a saint, Unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying, we will keep on trying, because ours has never been a struggle for a period of 22 years. It is a protracted struggle that requires capable men and women to remember that the struggle continues. Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress is ready to vote. Others fear our unity and steadfast commitment to the people of South Africa. We are never shaken. We will vote. We will oppose this motion. We will bring change in this country, not through partnership with opponents of transformation in our country, but together with our people who have listened to them, who have heard them, who are on a path for self-correction and renewal of the African National Congress, and we shall remain with them. Thank you, Yabong.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Shivambo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to address you, please, on...
Honourable Shivambo, please take your seat.
Because I think it's a very serious matter, and it's not a new one in the National Assembly. If one looks at the procedural development in the National Assembly, item 6 on page 4, it speaks very carefully and clearly about the use of racial epithets in this House, and that they should be avoided at all costs. And I would like to quote from it, because I think it's important that we understand that today. It's that racist terms, even when used in a historical context, should be avoided. It is incumbent on members to actively take the lead in ridding our society of its racist heritage.
Order, honourable members.
When participating in debates of the House, members have an opportunity to actively inculcate and promote the values of tolerance, inclusivity, and to set standards in that regard. I would submit to you that the use of the term blackface by the Honourable Makanyane is a serious transgression. And I would really implore that we're going to get a ruling by the end of this debate at least, because I would hate us to roll over in tomorrow without that having been addressed and dealt with.
Honourable Steenhuisen.
Order, Chairperson.
You know the rules.
Order, Deputy Minister.
No.
Deputy Speaker. May I ask a question?
Yeah, what?
Deputy Speaker.
What are you raising on?
Is reference of black, white, colored and Indians not in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa?
Honourable Member, okay, allow me to make a ruling at the appropriate time. Honourable Steenhuisen, I will do that at the appropriate time. Go ahead, Honourable Shivambo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. You know, it is so disheartening to speak after people who sing for SAPA, like the one who just left this podium now. A person who sings for SAPA and must be signed by Mabala Noise for obvious reasons, and be one of the top acts in the Saxon World Shebeen. Now, the reason why Africa is referred to as a dark continent is because we have got post-colonial disasters, imposters, thugs, criminals who by coincidence, accident, or by design find themselves occupying the highest political office in their land. These include Obiang Basako of Equatorial Guinea, Paul Biya of Cameroon, Blaise Compaoré of Burkina Faso, General Sani Abacha of Nigeria, Jose Eduardo dos Santos of Angola, Idi Amin Dada of Uganda, Mobutu Sese Seko of a country named Zaire, and unfortunately, Mr. Jacob Zuma of a country is going to soon name Guptaland. And what are the common features of these people, of these traits that destroy the post-colonial state? They seek to enrich their families. They seek to undermine the rule of law. They have no regard of the Constitution. They prosecute and persecute political opponents, including of the political parties that they come from. They fight in that particular format. And when everything else has failed, they kill. They assassinate their opponents. That is what we are faced with here in South Africa, of a political post-colonial disaster called Mr. Jacob Zuma. That is why we stand as the EFF to say that
every opportunity that arises to get rid of such post-colonial disasters, we must act in unison. But we think that there's a tactical mistake, a tactical blunder in the manner in which the motion has been put forward. Because we believe that the liberation movement itself should have found it in its own conscience to act against a Mr. Jacob Zuma, who has abdicated his responsibility as a leader of our country and gave it to a family. It's a matter of fact, it's a common cause that some of the ministers who serve in cabinet here were appointed on the instruction of the Gupta family. Mr. Zwane was appointed by the Guptas. They worked with him in the Free State. That is why immediately after appointment, he went with them to negotiate a deal in Switzerland. Mr. Van Rooyen was appointed by the Gupta family. That is why they took him through a corruption induction for 7 days and 7 nights prior to his appointment. That is what we're dealing with, and then you stand here and say that we must still defend a president who has been found by the Constitutional Court to have failed to uphold, defend, and protect the Constitution. What are we dealing with here? We're calling upon you, get your own platforms. You might win the vote today because you must vote according to what Gwede Mantashe has said. But create your own platforms to remove the post-colonial disaster that is facing South Africa. Because before you know it, he would have captured everything. After he has dealt with everyone else, he's going to arrest you. He's going to arrest all of you. He's going to lock you up. He's going to kill you. That is the reality of the situation, because he knows that he has got nothing to lose now. He knows that if he doesn't have control of political power, he's going to be going to prison.
On a point of order, Honorable,
we're going to bring Jacob Zuma down. Whether it's through political action or through this process, Jacob Zuma is going to fall. Thank you very much.
Take your seat. Yes,
on a point of order. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Rule number 85(2)
Yes.
Says that if a member wants to bring anything to the House, it must be substantiated. So Honorable Shibambu made serious allegations about the appointments of ministers. We know that these matters are in the report that is still to be further investigated by the Commission of Inquiry. So he must substantiate what he was saying with regard to the ministers. And the other issue that he raised, he said the president has got nothing to lose. Right now, he will be able to kill his opponents. That is unparliamentary, and he must substantiate that as well. Thank you.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I wish to point it out to you, and perhaps the Deputy Chief Whip, if she was not aware, this actually is a substantive motion, and it is on the order paper as such.
Okay. Honourable members, let me point to you out that Rule 1 provides that a substantive motion with reference to a member or holder of an office specified in Rule 88 means a self-contained proposal in terms of Rule 85 and Rule 88 for separate consideration by the House relating to any charge against that member or office bearer. Rule 85 and 88 requires that a member who wishes to bring any improper, unethical conduct on the part of a member or specified office bearer to the attention of the House, such member may do so by way of a separate motion comprising a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge that, in the opinion of the Speaker, prima facie warrants consideration by the House. Honourable members, a motion of no confidence in terms of Section 102 of the Constitution is not a substantive motion, as defined and provided for in the rules. It does not require a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge, but may be brought on political grounds. A motion in terms of Section 89 of the Constitution, on the other hand, is a substantive motion since it must comprise and clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge as provided for in section 89(1). Honorable members, therefore, the unparliamentary reference that Honorable Shivambo referred to are incorrect and therefore falls foul of the rules, and we suggest that he withdraws them. Honorable Shivambo.
Deputy Speaker, let me assure you
I've invited Honorable Shivambo. Take your seat. Let him respond.
Let me assure you that I'm not going to withdraw truth here. It's not going to happen.
Yes.
It's never going to happen. I'm not going to withdraw the truth that the Gupta family working with Jacob Zuma have appointed Zwane and have appointed Van Rooyen. It's a matter of fact. I can't withdraw that particular reality.
Yeah.
And it's a reality that we are living under a growing dictatorship of Jacob Zuma. It's a fact. Who's seeking to enrich himself and his family. There is no need to withdraw that. I will never withdraw. It will never happen.
Yeah. Honorable member, you further said, I've heard you on this one, you further said the president is going to kill you. That's imputing a motive to a member of parliament. You have to withdraw that.
I repeat that all dictators, after they steal government money and then enrich their families and they fight against their opponents, their last option is to kill their opponents. As a matter of fact, that is where it is going. What kind of a president charges their own ministers through wrong procedures? Because that is where it's
Honorable
going.
member.
Jacob Zuma is going to kill you.
Honorable member.
All of you who are thinking that you are on his side now, you are going to vote for him today, but in the future he's going to kill all of you.
Honorable member, you are repeating this despite a request from the presiding officer not to do so. I regard this as a serious violation, and that I'm going to refer this
on a point of order.
Appropriate dealing with in the House.
On a point of order.
What's your point of order, Honorable Member?
Deputy, you know, we cannot curtail debate in this House through these spurious things that you are naming here. First of all, we have a right to debate in this House. If you are making these things of substantive motion, a substantive motion was made in this House to discuss state capture, I think about 3 weeks ago. These things were discussed in that substantive motion.
Honorable member.
What other substantive motion are you looking for?
Order, Speaker. Honorable member.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Order, Deputy Speaker. Yes, Honorable member. Order, Speaker. No. Don't shout at me. Point of order. Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable member. I've recognized the member. I'll come back to you. No. Honorable members have pointed out at someone else. Yeah. Take your seat.
We're trying to help you, Chair.
No, take your seat. I haven't invited your help. Wait a minute. You'll get your chance. Go ahead.
Deputy Speaker, with respect, I want to take issue with your ruling that this is not a substantive motion. It most certainly is a substantive motion. It would be virtually impossible to discuss the removal of the President of the Republic of South Africa if we were not to be able to discuss the reasons why we wish to the removal. That is why we were required to substantiate it, why there was significant intervention by your office to amend wording, etc., to make sure that it was in compliance. But it would make a farce of this whole debate if it were not regarded as a substantive motion, because we couldn't put the charges in which we feel the President needs to be removed if it was any other way. And I would really ask that you take advice from the table on this matter. With respect, I believe you are wrong.
Honorable member, I have hey. You keep quiet, please. I don't misbehave. No. Go ahead, honorable member, and then I'll call you. Go ahead.
I thought it was my turn, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thought it was my turn.
Order.
Proceed. Deputy Speaker, I was raising on a point of order that the honorable member there at the back there continues to undermine your ruling, whereby all of us who must raise here on a point of order in terms of the rule book. Please, can you please condemn him as behavior? This is not generation, we're not acting here. Not 161. Please sit down, Chief.
Honorable Filtane.
Thank you, sir. I respectfully submit that Honorable Shivambu may have been speaking metaphorically. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. I rise on a point of order in accordance with rule number 92(6). You have made a ruling, and therefore no point of orders must be raised on a ruling that you have already made. And that relates to the question as to whether there is a need for any substantive motions on what was mentioned by Honorable Shibambu. And what is being alluded to is that we have a motion which is a substantive motion, but if there is anything additional that you need to add, that needs to be made in a form of a substantive motion. I therefore suggest that we continue.
Honourable members, I will proceed on the basis
Speaker,
that Honourable.
Speaker, no, we must. Can you please recognize us?
What's that?
Well, as you've allowed Hitawa, which is Kulu, we must recognize us as well. We are saying that whatever that these people are saying, our deputy president is not withdrawing anything. And that is a fact, it's not going to happen. So let's go.
Honourable member, there's not a point of order. Take your seat. Honourable members, in the interest of the debate, I want to suggest we proceed. We will act on the rulings we have made, and therefore I call on Honourable Buthelezi to take his seat. Go ahead, thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, Ex Unitate Vires was the motto of South Africa's crest in the past era, which was a contradiction because our people were divided. A house divided cannot stand. It really distresses me that we're so disagreeable and acrimonious unnecessarily. We can disagree, but not be so acrimonious. We have seen the evidence of fallen dynasties and fallen empires. Must we watch it happen to Africa's oldest liberation movement? This is no longer about the voice of the opposition or NGOs or academics or religious leaders. The cry for the president to step down is echoing from all corners of the country. It's on the lips of stalwarts of the ANC, spoken from the heart of men and women who liberated our country, pledging their lives to a noble cause. I worked with these men and women and we struggled for freedom. They are veterans of the ANC who have never abandoned their cause or their party. Many have held high office as ministers and members of the NEC. To brush aside their concerns for their party and for our country is an act of unimaginable obstinacy. But the president will not listen to my advice. How could he, when he trivialized the advice of his comrade who worked with him during the struggle, His Excellency President Big? The president would not heed the public protector. He wouldn't look at the warning signs from the economy or the message from the ballot box. He will not, as the Secretary General of the ANC avers, listen to his own conscience, for that has long been silenced under the cajoling horrors of his inner circle. Thus, a movement that has stood for 104 years is crumbling, and is taking South Africa with it. All this for the sake of one man. I do not want to see my country destroyed. Neither do I wish to see the ANC crumble. It's the part of my youth started by my own uncle, Dr. Pixley Sam. It's a part of my mentor, Ingos Albert Lutul, and of stalwarts with whom I worked for decades, including Mr. Mandela and Mr. Tambo. If the ANC is destroyed because of the obduracy of a few people, our entire continent will have suffered a blow. Our history, our legacy, and all that we fought for will be reduced to a lesson on the ravages of corruption. I know, Speaker, that this may be a futile exercise, this debate, but we voted on this matter before. We're just going through the motions. We all know that nothing will happen, as long as the ANC are the ruling party.
Honorable Schenke,
but the IFP will do what is principally right. We support this motion, for we have no confidence in the president's moral leadership.
Honorable Mutau,
as Luther said,
Honorable Schenke, your time has expired.
Here I stand, I can do no other.
Yeah. Go ahead, Honorable Mutau.
Honorable members, let me be blunt. Mr. Jacob Zuma should never have been the President of the Republic of South Africa. His scandal-infested, terrible track record since he took office speaks volumes in this regard. Electing him was a grave, costly mistake on the part of those who voted him into office, not once, but twice. History will judge you harshly. The state of capture report by the former public protector Thuli Madonsela, which was released to the public following strong pressure from the DA and others, confirms that President Jacob Zuma and the Guptas head up a public-private partnership that has been stealing billions of rand from the national purse. This is money that is sorely needed to fight poverty and reduce unemployment. Let us be clear about what we're talking about here. Unadulterated corruption, fraud, theft on a grand scale. When politicians and state institutions like the NPA and the Hawks are reduced to mere puppets to do the bidding of the president and the Guptas, his captors, corrosive state capture is at work. Its consequences can be devastating. Example, the recent malicious and ill-considered decision by the National Director of Public Prosecution, Sean Abrams, to charge Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan cost South African economy about 50 billion rands in 24 hours. Recently, during a talk on ethical leadership at Gibbs, the business school in Johannesburg, Chief Justice Mogoeng said this: ethical leadership leaves no room for corruption. Ethical leadership leaves no room for the manipulation of politicians by the corporate world. Chief Justice Mogoeng did not name anyone when he made these remarks, but it must have been quite clear to his audience that he could have been talking about President Zuma. This is a president who has yet to man up and answer to 783 charges of fraud and corruption. This is a president who has been found by the Constitutional Court to have violated the Constitution and his oath of office with regard to the costly non-security upgrades at his homestead at Nkandla. This is a president who fired a competent and dedicated Minister of Finance, Nhlanhla Nene, and told the nation and the world that Nene would be taking up a high position at the BRICS Bank. This has turned out to be untrue. Many would say President Zuma lied to the South and to the nation. This is a president who told the nation with a straight face that the former public protector Thuli Madonsela had not given him a chance to respond to the allegations about him in the state of capture report. This has turned out to be untrue. He was given an opportunity to respond. Many would say that the president has lied to this nation again. Where is ethical leadership, Mr. President? Where is integrity? It has become very hard these days to believe anything and trust anything that President Zuma says. The president, like a wrecking ball, has wreaked havoc on our fledgling democracy, costing us billions of rand in the national wealth and causing this country to regress, to go backwards at the expense of nearly 9 million jobless and poor South Africans. Let me revert to what Chief Justice Mogoeng has said, and I quote, if ever there was a time to embrace...
I'm afraid your time has expired.
Well,
your time has expired.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
This says
Honorable Mabika.
Deputy Speaker, during the past 22 years, the ANC had given South Africa 3 of their best. First was Utata Umadiba. He brought to the office of president an enduring quality which our nation so desperately needed at the time: dignity and hope. He served his country well, setting a high standard of those to follow. Then the ANC gave us former President Mbeki, an economist. He brought with him an unmatched political energy and a vision of prosperous South Africa to the office. He served his country with diligence and passion. And then came the infamous weekend in Polokwane when the ANC gave us the current president, a freedom fighter and a former chief of intelligence. His rise to power was through songs glorifying violence, extending patronage, and threats of violence by his puppets who chanted that they would kill for Zuma. His ruthless capture of the ANC was the front runner of the ruthless way in which he was to capture the country, and he brought with him the highest office.
Point of order, Deputy
Scandal, corruption, controversy, dishonesty, and scoopers.
Honorable Member, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Kubisa.
I don't think, Deputy Speaker, it's parliamentary for the member out there to insult our member and to say you are speaking nonsense. I don't think it's in order. I think you must call the member to order. And it's Honorable Zulu.
Yeah. Honorable member, proceed. We have honorable members. Please mind your language. We haven't ruled that as unparliamentary. Nonsense is.
Deputy Speaker, it is under the watch of President Zuma that we have seen our economy close to the verge of collapse. He is lacking in political vision, and he has failed to surround himself with qualified and experienced people who could direct government towards the constitutional standards of transparency and accountability. Through his lack of moral leadership, he has created a fatal breeding ground for corrupt to flourish. It is under the watch of President Zuma that we have seen our public protector being humiliated and our constitution violated.
Please take your seat, please. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Honorable Speaker, I was asking whether the member can be able to take a question.
Honorable Member, would you take a question?
If it is about removing Zuma, yes.
No.
Only.
It's true.
Otherwise,
it's true,
I'll take it after my speech.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to ask, since he's been pushing to remove President Zuma, because of him, why they didn't fire him? Because he didn't pay money for elections. His party didn't register for elections. Why is he still there? Unless they are still plotting to take away Zuma again.
Honorable Member, take your seat. You've asked. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Okay, he is crazy for Zuma. Through his lack of... It is under Zuma that he he has been humiliated the public.
Use the correct way of addressing members of parliament, including the president when he's not here.
It is under the watch of President Zuma that the state was captured with impunity by the Gupta family, enriching his close family members and loyal henchmen within the ANC. It is under his watch that we have seen the highest office being stripped of dignity and respect, and the legacy of Utata Madiba come crashing down. Today, the National Freedom Party say President Zuma has lost confidence not only of members of the opposition parties in the House, but also ANC members and South Africans at large. The recent brutal repression of our students who are crying out of free quality education and frantic attempts to capture the treasurer has only added injury to insult, but it is the release of the former public protector's report on the state capture which is the final nail in the coffin of our confidence. Sithi NFP sekwanele sengeza izwi lethu ukuthi akahambe uZuma ayophumula enkandla yakhe nimakhele yona nini.
Honorable Holomisa.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, and honorable members. 2 weeks ago, the President misled the nation during the NCOP question session when he claimed that he was never given an opportunity to present his side of the story by the public protector. We now know, with evidence in our hands, that this is contrary to the facts as they are also confirmed by the audio version of the report. In normal democracies, this is an act of perjury and punishable through impeachment. Many South Africans have long lost confidence in the leadership of this monumentally flawed president. We also heard from, amongst others, the mouth of the ANC chief whip that many branches of his party have also lost confidence in his leadership and are calling for his removal. President Zuma, the ANC, and the world over must know that South Africans reject to be led by an irreparable damaged leader. However, the ruling clique on this side of the House is behaving like wolves, screaming in unison to defend one of theirs at the expense of the country. They are showing South Africans a middle finger. Look at them, they are jumping from their chairs like popcorns. Another confusion is being made by the party Secretary General, who on the one hand calls for his leader to follow his conscience, yet his party members in this House are blocked from thinking.
Honorable Member,
Point of order.
Please take your seat. Yes, what's the point of order?
My point of order is that I cannot be called a wolf by a Bantustan general. He must withdraw.
That's not a point of order, Honorable Member. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
A Bantustan general who had helped you to be where you are.
Order, 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 honorable members.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable members, allow a member to...
On a point of order. On a point of order.
Yes, honorable member, yes.
Honorable Chair, in 2009, the ruling was made that to refer to the members as animals was unparliamentary. So they refer to things like dogs, monkeys, and mules. So we cannot refer to the members of parliament as wolves. Can you rule on that, please?
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, yes, honorable member.
Chairperson.
Honorable Holomisa, please take your seat.
No, don't worry, I can stand.
No, the rule says he must sit, sir.
Can my leader be protected here? The issue here is that he said like wolves, which is a simile. He didn't call anyone a wolf, yes. Right? The metaphors, most often is scratched out of his speeches because about Abafunu Mamel. Can you ask them to stop rising on frivolous points of orders and allow us to conclude the debate? Yes. Because that was a simile for you chaps.
Yes.
He did not call anyone a wolf.
Honorable, I'll rule on that, yeah, honorable member. Go ahead. I'll come back to that.
Another confusion is being made by the Secretary General of the ANC, who on the one hand calls for his leader to follow his conscience, yet his party members in this House are blocked from thinking. It begs a question: how many and to what extent are the apex leaders of the ANC are contaminated by the actions of their flawed leader? This crisis is only equal to the collective conscience of all the citizens. In this regard, the UDM calls on all citizens, irrespective of their political persuasions, not to abdicate their historic and fundamental civic responsibilities. We must find a common point of convergence to defend our hard-won democracy.
Honorable Holomisa, your time has expired, sir.
Ningola nje masela uyahamba uZuma niyathanda nithandi.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order. No, another point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
That member, I'm rising on Rule 82 and 84 and 85. That member has called us thieves on the side. I think we must rule on that. Because there's no court. I've never been charged for anything like that in my life.
I'll rule on that, yes, yes, yes.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. The previous speaker did not make reference to any specific member of that party.
Honorable member.
Called the Democratic Alliance and other parties racist a million times before.
Honorable member.
And no one was ever asked to withdraw that.
Take your seat. Honorable members, I'm going to rule on this issue now. Go ahead, honorable member. Honorable member.
Speaker.
Honorable Milda, please just hold on. Honorable Mbata,
you must let my time.
What are you rising on?
Rising on a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
There was a street kid in the House who called Honorable Holomisa a Bantu stand general. That street kid must also withdraw that.
Honorable member. Honorable Mbata, Honorable Mbata, your story falls flat on its face. There's no basis for you to call anybody a street kid. Yeah. Honorable members, I'm trying to preserve that we go through the debate. These insults you are hurling at each other unnecessarily create a delay that is unacceptable. Let's debate this matter. I want this matter to be debated so that you close it properly. Any way of handling it that is problematic throws us. We will rule on these matters. Honorable member, please go ahead.
Speaker, what is said in section 55 of the Constitution? It says the National Assembly, that is each of us sitting here, should exercise oversight over the way in which the national executive, that's the president and the ministers, do their work. So, since the firing of Minister Nene, the president has been stumbling from one disaster to the next. Nowhere in the world has another minister of finance been fired, a new honourable minister van Rooyen appointed, just to be replaced 4 days later by Honourable Gordhan. Nowhere in the world has another minister of finance been charged with fraud, to only have the charges withdrawn a couple of weeks later. While these games are being played, South Africa loses 50 billion rand. Today we also know that it is a lie that Minister Nene would have been promoted to the BRICS Bank. What does the Constitution stipulate in section 96? That the President and ministers may not abuse their positions or any information entrusted to them to enrich themselves or improperly benefit any other person. From the state capture report, sir, I can find numerous examples where this had happened. Why does the FF Plus, the Freedom Front Plus, support this motion of no confidence? Because we have lately evaluated the President's actions, because we searched our consciences and came to the conclusion that in the light of the Constitution's directive to the National Assembly, we have no other choice but to support this motion. The conclusion is that only that of the Freedom Plus or other opposition parties, sir. No, it represents a view of an ever-increasing number of South African individuals and organizations. The Honourable Chief Whip of the ANC came to that same type of conclusion. A previous Chief Whip, the Honourable Motshega, came to that type of conclusion. The trade union, Nehawu, and Nelson Mandela Foundation came to conclusion. 101 ANC stalwarts, and I got their names here, came to that conclusion, sir. Today, ANC members have the opportunity to search their consciences and also come to the right conclusion. Remember, all that is necessary for evil to triumph is that good men and women do nothing. A true leader or a president gets the cooperation of his supporters, and I'm a leader, by inspiring them, not by intimidating them. If the ANC also believes in that type of leadership, it will allow its members to vote in a secret ballot. But the ANC members are intimidated and may therefore not vote in that secret ballot. The Freedom Front Plus calls on all members to vote according to their conscience. If the ANC members miss this opportunity, I predict it surely will become, and listen to me, a protracted, painful process that would end in a disaster for the President and in which the ANC itself will suffer ever more damage. If ANC members again decide to ignore the facts on the table, they are not fulfilling their constitutional duties, and take my word for it, sir, history will judge them very harshly in a couple of years' time from now. I thank you.
Honorable Lekota.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to start off by saying we will support the motion before the House. May I remind all of us that when we drew up a CODESA and when we drew up the Constitution, we said we wanted our country to be under constitutional rule and that it must comply with the rule of law. We said that because up until that time, there was no constitution for all the people of South Africa and there was no rule of law as a result. In that constitution, in the present constitution, we have made it makes it very clear. All of us in this house can never become members of the House unless, according to section 48(1), we take an oath to be loyal to South Africa and to uphold the Constitution. This is a primary condition. No one can be a member of this House without taking that oath. Secondly, it is us as this collective that is given under the Constitution the right to elect one of our number to occupy the office of President. Only this National Assembly can do that. That is according to section 86(1). But then section 89(1) also gives only to this House, only this collective, the right to dismiss from the office of President the individual who is there if that individual commits a serious violation of the Constitution or the law. When therefore the current President failed to uphold his oath of office, he committed a serious violation of the Constitution of our country. And all of us here must appreciate that. If you don't, let me remind you something. When President Mandela was called to appear before the court at the request of Louis Lade, there were many amongst us, and I was still part of the African National Congress. There were many who were saying he must not go. And President Mandela said, I cannot be the one to provide an example of undermining or of violating the Constitution of our country after all the years I spent in jail. I may not have spent many years in jail, but I did spend years in jail.
Honorable member.
I take pride that the leadership of the ANC that taught me that went to jail men and women without undermining the constitution of our country. We support this motion.
Honorable Misha.
Deputy Speaker, calls from concerned South Africans for President Zuma to resign have intensified this year, but the President has stubbornly refused to heed them. Former President Thabo Mbeki wrote a letter to him appealing to him to listen to his people and do the right thing, but the incumbent chose to reject this sound advice. Last week, the Save South Africa movement, consisting of patriotic and distinguished individuals, members of civil society, the clergy, and ANC veterans, also appealed to President Zuma to step down. But again, our stubborn president rejected the appeals. Today, I want to appeal to the consciences of ANC members of parliament to do the right thing and put the interests of their country before those of President Zuma and his defenders. I'm appealing to them to support this motion to remove President Zuma from office. The ACDP believes that our country desperately needs an ethical and principled leader of integrity who hates corruption. Deputy Speaker, yesterday a pastor came to my office to ask me to read a prayer for South Africa in the House today, and I'm going to do that. He said, and this prayer was written by the Secretary General of the Evangelical Alliance of South Africa. It reads as follows, and I quote, God in heaven, we worship and adore you. Hallowed be your name in all the earth. We lament the failures of our leaders to live up to their calling to lead with integrity and justice as servants of the people. We repent from our tolerance of rampant corruption in our public institutions and for allowing evil to triumph on our watch. We pray for the replacement of those in government who have made themselves instruments of evil and corruption. We particularly ask that you replace the state president who has disrespected his oath of office and plunged our nation into crisis through his lack of ethical leadership.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
We pray that you raise up
Honorable
those...
Misha, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Yes, honorable member.
I rise on Rule 84, and I do believe in the Bible, Honorable Misha, but I don't think it will be correct for you to want to label honorable members as devils using the Bible.
But Deputy Speaker.
Yes,
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Nowhere in the word is it allowed to disrupt a prayer, please. How do you do that?
Take your seats.
This is how the ANC has come to be, disrupting a prayer.
Honorable member, proceed, Honorable Misha.
Speaker, President Zuma has defied and ridiculed South Africans from many different backgrounds who love their country. These include professionals, former constitutional judges, former state presidents, academics, business people, ANC leaders and veterans, and ordinary people who are concerned about the damage his tainted and compromised image is doing to our country, and therefore we are appealing to his conscience to do the right thing and step down. The ACDP believes that the time is now for President Zuma to step down and go back to Nkandla to look after his cattle, chicken, and livestock that he has not had time to because of his travels around the world. Thank you.
Honorable Kalu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Perhaps before I enter into this debate, as per the motion tabled by the leader of the opposition, the AIC would like this House and the people of South Africa to go down the memory lane in order to affirm that we are having leadership deficit in this country. First and foremost, I will lift two comments from President Zuma's inauguration speech in May 2009. He said, open and close quotes, one, for as long as there are communities without clean water, decent shelter, or proper sanitation. Two, for as long as there are people who are unable to find work, we shall not rest, and we dare not falter. Just over 3 years into his presidential tenure, he should be a worried man. Hardly a day goes by without news reports about communities lacking decent housing or water, about unemployed young people taking to the streets over lack of jobs and poor service delivery. The people at Tembisa in Tembakoza squatter camp are living in appalling and dangerous conditions. An extreme example of the prevailing hardship endured by the poorest of the poor people in this country was the shocking death of 4 children from Vertval in Northwest in November 2011. The 4 Mupele children aged 2, 6, 7, and 9 died of hunger in the veld after they got lost searching for their mother, who had gone out looking for food. Taking these 2 examples into account, we can say we are having value-based leadership in this country. The answer is definitely no. For instance, if you look at President Zuma's cabinet, you may find that there are few people who are clean without criminal records. One of the ministers is on record saying that they all have their smallest skeletons.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Please take your seat. Yes, yes, honorable member.
Is it parliamentary in terms of Rule 84 for the member to cast aspersions on members of the executive?
Honorable Gallo, no, it is not correct. You can't say that of members of Congress. You can't do that.
I withdraw, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Coming to the motion, the AIC does not have a problem with the motion because it is not the first time this motion being tabled in this House, and President Zuma is still the president. The AIC is of the view that only the ANC will recall President Zuma, and the ANC must do that before it is too late. I thank you.
Honorable Plowamama.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of Alang SA, we wholeheartedly support this motion. President Zuma has turned our country government as his personal property. He uses his office to access state resources for his family and associates.
Order, Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, what are you rising on?
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Plumam,
sit down.
please take your seat. No, honorable member, don't instruct members. You have no right to do that.
Honorable Speaker, is it parliamentary for Honorable Plowama that he withdraws the motion and they want to come and debate for it now?
No, that's
it's really out of order.
That's
Deputy Speaker.
Proceed, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to address you. In terms of the rule that relates very clearly to the fact that members should not use points of order frivolously to disrupt speakers. Now that was a classic example of somebody using a frivolous point of order. Now it's bad enough that the Sunday Times named it the Mampara of the Year, but I really think he doesn't need to come here and prove to himself and to us in the House every time that that is the fact. Please, it is the second time he's made a point of order that has absolutely no relevance, and he does it to disrupt opposition members.
Go ahead, Honorable Plowama. I've already ruled on that.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I know for a fact he's drunk. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Plowama, don't complicate your life. Withdraw.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you must just withdraw drunk. Honorable Member, please. I thought you did it.
I withdraw.
Honorable Chief Whip, now Baba Susuguma Kulume njenga kukhomba.
I withdraw.
Proceed, Honorable Ma'am.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Zuma presidency has lost its moral nadir. It's now characterized by systemic theft, patronage, parasitism, and plunder. It is of no use to keep this false messiah who has become a corrupt monster. President Zuma has become an ethnic entrepreneur, one of the dinosaur generation, like Eyadema of Togo and Mengistu of Ethiopia. This presidency reflects general malaise, where the Guptas
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I want to plead with the member, in accordance with Rule 85, for him to present a speech without name calling, because he's just name calling on members without actually presenting
point of order.
states.
Honorable Speaker, allow the member to proceed, please, ma'am. Honorable Member,
Deputy
can you
Speaker.
proceed? Honorable Steniazin.
I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 92.9, if I may.
Yes.
Because for the last 2 days, the honourable member who's just risen keeps rising repeatedly, and I don't know if that's the only rule that she's memorized, but she rises repeatedly and raises it. They never sustained, and it's a form of harassment of members on the floor. She really needs to understand the rules. No use just parroting it. You must understand the principle behind it. Mr. Plowama is not in contravention of that rule.
Honorable Member, there's not a point. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Honorable my name is Pilani Majaki.
What are you raising, Honorable Member?
The point which is raised by the Chief Whip of the DA is correct, that this new hired member to call point of order must relax. Because every person who speaks wants to punctuate the point of order.
Honorable Member, Honorable Member, take your seat.
Chief Whip, please.
Honorable members,
please.
Honorable members, Honorable Member, can I, Honorable members, Tulani, Honorable members, Tulani, Honorable members, proceed, Honorable Member.
On the point of order, Chair. His presidency.
Just hold on. I said he should speak. Sorry, I must be direct. Yes.
On the issue raised by the Chief Whip of EFF, when he said that the Whip of the ANC is a hired member, so it's impugning on her dignity, according to Rule 85.
Yes. Honorable members, can you stop this? Honorable members, you are out of order. You are rude. You are rude. Stop it. It seems like there's something that you are not internalizing here. Every member have a right to raise on a point of order, especially if they are not frivolous. All of you have been raising that. Proceed, Honorable Plowama.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, his presidency reflects general malaise, where the Guptas are like cannibals to our state-owned enterprises. This president must succumb to the consequences of his own greed and reckless appetite of material. For Zuma to continue as a president, it will be like taking poachers to guard rhinos in our treasury. President Zuma is an artery of a looting machine.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member. What's that?
According to Rule 82, he must precede by saying President Zuma or Mr. Zuma. He can't just say Zuma.
Yes. Yeah, he knows that. Honorable Plowama, you know that. Proceed.
Okay. Deputy Speaker, we must remove him to stop further economic destruction. We must remove him to restore a sense of civic pride and governance. He has become an incubator of poverty. With vultures like the Guptas destroying our future, this president has turned our country to a sorry mess, created an environment for conduits and vampires to flourish. What sins have we done? What sins have we committed? This president is a punishment to our nation. We must redeem ourselves and remove this president. I thank you.
Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades and honorable members. The unease and disquiet in the nation about governance can neither go unnoticed nor be ignored. Our legitimacy as leaders derive always from the consistency of our actions with the laws and constitution of our country and commitments made to the people at elections. Leaders who fail the people, thieve from them, violate the laws and constitution, preside over the misuse and looting of public resources in government departments and public entities, strip themselves of legitimacy before the nation. We all have a responsibility to act always in the best interests of the African nation and the working class, guided by the Leninist dictum of everything for the people, nothing against the people. President Zuma and his cabinet have a challenge to demonstrate in word and deed that they are in all instances acting in the best interests of the people. Action sufficient to reverse the legacy of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, as well as protecting public money from the corrupt. On the motion before the House, we say the responsibility to defend President Zuma rests squarely with his party, the ANC. The APC will therefore not vote against the motion. In the same breath, the APC sees the motion as nothing but a political program of the DA with their lies, deception, destruction, and hatred. The APC will not support a political program of the liberals. Thus, the APC will not support the motion either. As I press the abstain button, I will be thinking about the home-based caregivers, the HIV counselors, early childhood development educators, EPWP and CWP.
Yes, honorable member, please take your seat.
There is an old saying that says, a man who sees both sides of the question sees nothing.
That's another frivolous point of order. Go ahead, honorable member.
As I press the abstain button, I will be thinking about the home-based caregivers, the HIV counselors, early childhood development educators, APWP and CWP workers, orphanages, drop-in centers, headmen and headwomen, etc. It is these suffering people's plight that must concern this House. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable the Minister of Home Affairs.
Deputy Speaker, here we are again for a fifth frivolous attempt by the opposition since 2014 to win by stealth and cunning battles which they had lost on the ground. What makes a mockery of this are the reasons provided for this motion. The so-called state capture has become the most recent Trojan horse inside which the DA Spartans have hid in their new spurious attempt to waylay democracy. It would seem that anything and everything would have passed for this debate today, that the DA was waiting for any excuse to bring to the House this motion so that we assist them and participate in their denigration of the President and the ANC. For people who claim to respect democracy, the judiciary, rule of law, and fairness, to act in this fashion which demonstrates, on the contrary, their utter disdain for these fundamental constitutional principles and values which we hold so dear, betrays their disingenuity. In its own statement, the ANC has welcomed the erstwhile Public Protector's report, noted the seriousness of the issues dealt with, and welcomed its recommendations, whilst noting that they are inconclusive and contain no binding findings conferring guilt on any party, but rather calls for the establishment of a commission of inquiry into allegations of improper relationships and involvement of private interests in the running of the affairs of the state. Furthermore, the ANC said that it supports, as a matter of principle, the setting up of a commission of inquiry. However, due regard...
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Mbata, what are you raising on?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I would like to raise a question with the member. Is the member prepared to take a question?
The member won't take your question. Take your seat, honorable member. Proceed, honorable Minister.
The ANC furthermore has stated its support as a matter of principle for the setting up of a commission of inquiry, noting that due regard must be given to the constitutional prescripts that guide the establishment of such commission. If the opposition believed in fairness and the rule of law, they would have welcomed the public protector's report in toto, and instead of jumping the gun to call for a no-confidence debate in the president on the basis of an inconclusive report, they should have waited patiently for the commission of inquiry and what it will find. However,
Honorable Minister, please take a seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, as the person who processed this order, perhaps you'd like to point out to the Deputy Minister it was tabled long prior to the state capture report being released. Better luck next time.
That's not a point of order, Honorable Minister. You are doing exactly that. Go ahead.
However, the fact of the matter is that such patience does not exist among those eager to dispose of the ANC in order to defend racial privilege and supremacy. The truth is that there is a bitter struggle in South Africa between the former oppressors and those whom they had oppressed for the right and power to determine the political direction of this country as well as the ownership of its economic resources. When the Anglo-Boer War ended in 1902, the Brits in particular and whites in general had secured more than the monopoly of electoral power. They had also secured for themselves the monopoly of political power and property ownership, included in which was the right to make black labor cheap and to exploit it without prohibitions. Throughout its existence, the system of white supremacy had been predicated on this very notion that in order to plunder South Africa's natural resources, the white minority had to have the exclusive monopoly of political power in its hands. The end of the apartheid system constituted the horror of horrors for the racialist political and economic establishment, as it elevated the native, long kept at his place as the political underclass and beasts of burden, to political power, where they could begin dismantling the system of racial supremacy, occupy the civil service and change the laws and systems that had oppressed them, and start systematically to change both the economic structure, the structure of economic ownership and production. Accordingly, the fight today, as it was in the past and will be tomorrow, is not merely a fight about the person of President Zuma, whilst it may ostensibly seem so, but it is ultimately about the ultimate control of the economic fortunes of this country and political destiny. In this regard, we can see right through the actions of the opposition and their facade. These self-appointed defenders of the Constitution and rule of law, in and out of this House, fail the fundamental test of their own claims and assertions. Ultimately, the true test of one's commitment to a particular principle is not your willingness to respect it insofar as it applies to you or your friends, but rather when dealing with your opponents. So on this basis alone, this motion is clearly spurious and should therefore not be supported. However, Lenin warns us that people always have been the foolish victims of deception and self-deception in politics, and they always will be, until they have learned to seek out the interests of some class or the other behind all moral, religious, political, and social phrases, declarations, and promises. At best, this motion is about political point scoring, but at worst, it is characteristic of the abhorrent ploys by the global empire and their local political hoodlums under guises of good governance and defending the Constitution and the rule of law to steal political power in order to defend, protect, and advance their exclusive economic interests. The CIA used this strategy in Iran in 1951, following a decision by the then Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh to nationalize Iranian oil, thus taking it away from a British company which was exploiting it and the Iranian people. According to John Perkins, author of The New Confessions of an Economic Hitman, Britain enlisted the assistance of the US, their ally, and I quote, "Instead of sending in the Marines, therefore Washington dispatched them to organize a series of street riots and violent demonstrations, which created the impression that Mossadegh was unpopular and inept. In the end, Mossadegh went down and spent the rest of his life under house arrest. The pro-American Mohammed Reza Shah Pahlavi became the unchallenged dictator, close quote. Certainly, Iran was not to be the only and final country to experience such foreign interventions with the support of local actors. This is the story of Panama, Ecuador, Iraq, of Libya, and Zimbabwe closer to home. The modus operandi remains the same, driven by a cartel of global governments, local politicians, big global and domestic capital and corporations. At its heart, this is about the commercial interests of the rich and powerful who control the media and pay off local political actors, journalists, and others in pursuit of their depraved agenda. For years, the opposition has adopted a strategy of personalized fixation and attacks focused on President Zuma, aimed at demonizing him and rendering him unpopular, portraying his leadership of our country as inept, corrupt-ridden, irrational, irresponsible, and reckless. This was precisely the argument made earlier today when this farcical motion was tabled. Mossadegh's crime in Iran was to reclaim their oil. Torrijo's crime in Panama was to reclaim the Panama Canal. Roldo's crime in Ecuador was to defend their oil. And so were the crimes of Muammar Gaddafi in Libya and Saddam Hussein in Iraq. In our case, our extensive mineral wealth, our membership of BRICS, and the prospective nuclear power station in South Africa lie at the heart of the regime change offensive we are today subjected to. Accepting this agenda and not opposing it to the very death will be our biggest folly. As one member of the Cuban Five said during their trial in the US, refusing to cower and cringe in front of the imperialist repressive machine, so we too repeat after him that here on this soil we stand with our robust souls. There will be no retreat and there will be no surrender from our side. The ANC prosecutes an historic mission to forge a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society. The ANC, whilst the DA pays lip service to poverty, unemployment, and inequality, we know these conditions intimately because our people have lived in them for centuries, condemned to their brutality by the system of racial tyranny of which the DA today is the most ardent defender and single-minded promoter. For 104 years, our movement has struggled to overturn these conditions, concentrated as they are on black people in general and Africans in particular. The ANC has deployed Comrade President Zuma to lead the implementation of a program in government which will overcome these conditions. It is under his leadership that the National Development Plan was drafted and adopted. The National Health Insurance is being piloted. A new HIV and AIDS program was developed, giving a real chance to long, productive life to those living with HIV and AIDS. This country unveiled the largest infrastructure rollout in history. Focus was changed towards rural development, and this has spearheaded a radical land reform program. We now have 2 new universities in the Northern Cape and Mpumalanga. Further education and training colleges have been restructured, their profile raised, and billions of rand of investment made to improve their infrastructure. The NSFAS has been increased to over 10 billion rand, and the children of poor parents and the missing middle, earning less than 600,000 a year, will continue to receive financial support from government. A bold capital expenditure expansion was announced by state-owned companies, reflecting the expansionary outlook of this government towards economic investments. The first female AU Commission chairperson in its 50 years of existence was elected. The energy challenge was resolved, and a 9-point plan for economic recovery developed. These are the issues our political class should be focusing on. These are the issues, however, which they choose to neglect. South Africans would be better served by an opposition that seeks to improve existing initiatives or offers compelling alternatives, rather than sitting back, free of the responsibility to govern, plotting ways to win new cycles to win news cycles and score political points. Working together with all South Africans who are committed to taking positive steps to improve our economy and society, we will move South Africa forward. Our country's politics is too divided and polarized today, driven by racial commercial interests. We need to unite our nation, because these divisions are not good for all of us, especially during these economic times for the working class and the poor. The future of our republic hangs by a thread. Poverty, inequality, and joblessness weaken all of us collectively. Nobody benefits from their perpetuation. Our country cries out for a leadership that will unite us, bridge the gaps, restore our hope in the future, and point us ever forward towards the promise of a better life in a national democratic society where all shall enjoy fundamental rights as genuine equals. We hear the call of our people for a good, visionary, uniting, ethical, transparent, and accountable leadership that places the interests of the nation ahead of their own. We know that there are many mistakes we commit as leadership in the cause of pursuing our people's interests. This democracy is young, and so we learn by doing. What we do not do right, we are determined to correct as we continue to learn how to better lead and serve our people in their very best interests. Finally, let me refer you to a conversation between a Buddha and who was interrupted by a man during a lecture with a flood of abuse. When the man finished, the Buddha asked him, I quote, and the quote says, if a man offered a gift to another, but the gift was declined, to whom would the gift belong? To the one who offered it, said the man. Then the Buddha said, I decline to accept your abuse and request you to keep it for yourself, close quote. This is our message to our opposition today. We decline to accept your abuse and request you to keep it for yourselves. We will oppose this vote, not because, as we have said it, we take lightly the issues of corruption, integrity, and transparency, but because we cannot join the regime change and economic plunder campaign of your global and economic masters. You may be their puppets, but we are not. I thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I rose before the Honorable Member could leave the podium.
Yes. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to draw your attention to this.
Honorable Member.
I wanted to draw your attention to this, that a man who thinks through his stomach is a dangerous man, and so is Mmusi Maimane, who thinks for
Honorable
millions
Member,
just to control and maintain his concubines.
You're out of order. Go ahead, Honorable Member. Honorable Self, go ahead, proceed.
No, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
No, Deputy Speaker. You allowed the Honorable Member from the EFF to speak. What she has said is totally unacceptable in this House, and she must be asked to withdraw it immediately.
Yes. Honorable Self, I ask you to proceed. No. I'm not taking any more points of orders. Honorable Self, proceed. I'm going to rule on this after this.
1994 here and think they can control everything.
No.
You mustn't take order from that woman.
Honorable Member, please, Honorable Self, go ahead. Just proceed. I'm going to come back to this.
Deputy Speaker, this debate is about Jacob Zuma's fitness to hold the office of President. But it is also a debate about how the ANC elected him.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Self, you know that members are going to interrupt.
Rule 82 does not allow that a member should be ignorant of saying Honorable President or Mr. President Zuma.
Honorable members, please speak when I've asked you to do so. Honorable Self, you know that.
But it is also a debate about how the ANC elected him, how the ANC protected him, and how the ANC, faced with overwhelming evidence that he is unfit for office, continues to support him. This debate is also about how the ANC lost its soul and moral compass. The ANC led the opposition to the Land Acts. It led the Defiance campaign. It drafted the Freedom Charter. It spearheaded the armed struggle, and it forced the apartheid government to capitulate. That was a proud history, a noble history. But that was then. Now we see a different ANC who simply can't do the right thing. It is an ANC that appoints incompetent and compliant officials to key positions. It is an ANC that covers up corruption on a colossal scale. It is an ANC which protected a president who misappropriated state resources to improve his private residence. It is an ANC who welcomes perpetrators of genocide.
Deputy Speaker, this I don't know right.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I want to ask Deputy Speaker, is it parliamentary for member of the DA to shout at us? He's shouting at us.
Okay.
You must debate the issue, not shouting at us.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, can we allow Honourable Self to proceed?
No, Deputy Speaker, I think the Honourable Nkongi makes a very good point. Honourable Self is being forced to shout because the ANC benches are being undisciplined and not listening.
Honourable Self, please proceed.
It is an ANC who welcomes perpetrators of genocide into their councils and wants to leave the International Criminal Court. It is an ANC who's allowed President Zuma to capture the state and the Guptas to capture President Zuma. It is an ANC which allows its cabinet members to be chosen in the Saxonwald Shebeen. We all know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that there are decent, hard-working, caring, patriotic people in the ANC. Many of those people let their voices be heard in the last while. The 101 veterans voiced their concern. Many of the members of the ANC marched last Wednesday to save South Africa. Many people who suffered and were imprisoned and were exiled during the apartheid years have joined the growing call that whatever his previous contribution, President Zuma is not the right person to lead South Africa now. For example, the NEC of Nahawu issued a statement highlighting what they called the lack of strategic oversight and leadership in government, declining hope amongst our people, and the ever-swirling scandalous revelations of corruption, and concludes that, and I quote, the leadership of President Jacob Zuma in government is now untenable. Even former President Becky has added his voice to this chorus. And I quote, the hard reality we face today is that our country is trapped in a general and deepening political and economic crisis, which has for many begun to turn what was an age of hope into an age of despair. President Mbeki went further. He said that when dealing with the Nkandla report, Parliament had failed in its duty to hold the President to account. His comments are in line with the unanimous judgment of the Constitutional Court. This Parliament failed to uphold the Constitution on that occasion. Ahmed Kathrada wrote, "Today I appeal to our President to submit to the will of the people and resign." But President Zuma doesn't want to listen to those voices. He has rallied the National Working Group. He has demanded discipline. He has said that no one may venture an opinion except through an ANC branch. It is clear that Mr. Zuma once more wants to delay and obfuscate and ignore the remedial action of the public protector. South Africans expect more court cases that you will pay for. Now, in this debate, the defense that has been put up for Mr. Zuma has been pathetic. Because the Minister of Home Affairs came here and he said, oh, well, we accept the findings of the public protector. There were no findings of the public protector. there were remedial action, and as you well know, remedial action is binding. And the remedial action says that there must be a commission of inquiry appointed where the Chief Justice appoints the judge to head that up. That is remedial finding. And then he went on this massive international conspiracy, which if he believes that seriously, then he believes in the Easter Bunny and Father Christmas as well. But there, the Minister of Water and Sanitation got the bottom of the barrel. She involved herself in gutter politics by referring to the Honourable Maimane as a blackface. It's disgusting, and it should never, ever be allowed in this House. The question we need to ask is how much longer we are prepared to tolerate this. We are at a critical juncture in our history. Parliament, all of us, need to take the right decision and put our people and our country ahead of personal and political interests. Come on, let's make the right choice for South Africa's sake, for our Africa's sake, for our children's sake, and for the sake of our international reputation.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure what the communication you were sharing with Honourable Pandor was, but are you really going to let this House descend into a house of booing when members are at the podium?
No.
It is completely unacceptable.
No.
And if you don't take action, this House is going to be, it's going to descend into a House where those who can boo and scream the loudest are going to hold the day. And that's not what a Parliament's all about.
No, take a seat. Honourable members, I appeal to all of you here to recognize that all of you want to be heard when you are on the podium. All of you want to be respected when you are on the podium. All of you expect to be treated in the way in which we're asking you to treat all the others. And so we really want to repeat that the discipline, the decorum of the House is in your hands and in the way in which you yourself conduct yourself, all of you here in the House. It is, honourable members, we do find as presiding officers to keep repeating to you the obvious, the blinding glimpses of the obvious, that if you say nasty things to anybody, you invite the same return and we must intervene there. It is completely inappropriate, honourable members, that the manner in which we act sometimes is really unacceptable. Honourable members, I now, honourable member, order. That concludes the debate. I now put the motion. Are there any objections to the motion being accepted? Honourable I now put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against, no. I think the noes have it.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
The DA calls for division. Thank you.
The bells will be rung for 5 minutes now that a division has been called.
You're watching SABC News Live. Visuals there from Parliament in Cape Town. A 5-minute recess. Proceedings adjourned for now. Emotions indeed running high at the National Assembly this afternoon, where you've heard a motion of no confidence in President Jacob Zuma being debated. Well, so far, all the opposition parties have come out in support of that motion. Now, you just heard a very robust delivery from ANC MP Nomvula Mokunyana and Mmusi Maimane, saying as pioneers of our constitution, they remain true to the spirit and letter of the constitution, and where they have stumbled, they will self-correct and remain committed to dealing with the challenges of poverty and inequality. Mokunyana is saying this motion is a blatant misrepresentation of fact, which is aimed at denigrating the president. Well, the DA's Mmusi Maimane is saying a national interest should be placed before personal ones, appealing to MPs. He's saying the vote is an opportunity to do the right thing this afternoon. It's also come to the attention of the House that the DA has sent letters to MPs asking them to vote against the president. Well, the EFF earlier pushing for the vote to be cast via secret ballot, which the Deputy Speaker, Lachisa Tanodi, is saying it's not in line with the Constitution and has not been approved by appropriate structures of Parliament. Now, we've also seen sharp focus on unemployment and labour absorption amid difficult economic times. Policy uncertainty, a concern for some opposition parties, as they say it's a deterrent to investment. The opposition indeed got the ball rolling, writing to the Speaker of Parliament, Baleka Mbete, asking for this debate. This follows last week's release of the Public Protector's State of Capture report that alleged misconduct on the part of the President. This is not the first time, of course, the President will be facing a no-confidence vote. It's actually the third one in under a year. The other two were defeated by the ANC majority in Parliament. We'll be taking you back live to Parliament in the next few minutes, so do stay tuned. Time now to take a break. I'll be back with more news in just a moment.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Can you tell them to shut up because we want to start here, please? Can you tell the people who are standing to be not afraid to shut up, please? We want to start and finish here. We want to remove a person.
5 minutes here to and let's hear again.
Honorable members, please settle down. Honorable members, I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently, honorable member, you can't interrupt me when I'm going through a procedure.
But can you please note me when we are done?
No, you can't.
Before the voting.
Honorable member, we are in the process of voting. Take your seat, please.
But can you please allow me to speak about the voting process itself?
No.
The House must shut up as I speak.
No, honorable member, please take your seat and stop.
But I'm raising a point of order.
No, honorable member, you can't raise a point of order when I've already moved into a process. I've already started ruling.
The point of order relates to the process that you're talking about there.
No.
It's allowed, it's part of the rules that you must call
Honorable member, it's not allowed to interrupt me, the presiding officer, when especially I have already started reading out the procedures.
The point of order in the rule books is interruptive. It's allowed to interrupt a presiding officer.
Honorable member,
speaking. It's a point of order. Can you please listen to me?
No, honorable member, I have advised you on this matter, and I request you to not
But
insist.
we're allowed to raise a point of order on the process itself. Oh.
Honorable members, honorable member, Honorable Shivambo,
yes.
Be aware that the only condition that we will allow this is only if it relates to the procedure here.
Yes.
And if that is the case, do so that we hear what your point is. Honorable member, honorable members, I'm tempted to use very strong language.
You can do it.
Because I think, no, Honorable Shivambo, go ahead with your point of order.
The point of order is that
yes,
when we started this debate, we raised a point with you about the usage of secret ballot. And a deputy chief whip of the dying ANC stood up to put a proposal here that we must decide whether we use a secret ballot or not. And that motion is on the table now. We have to deal with that aspect of whether we use secret ballot or not. And even if that becomes the case, it will not be correct to vote a right into a wrong. It will still be unconstitutional, but we are trying to exhaust all possible measures so that when we go to court to challenge the constitutionality of not using a secret ballot in deciding the fate of a president, we'll tell the court that we have exhausted every possible opportunity. Okay. There's a motion on the table. If she's withdrawing it, we're putting it on the table that let's decide whether we use a secret ballot or not. It's allowed in terms of Rule 31 of this rule book that we can put an urgent motion. There's an urgent motion for you to consider.
Honorable members, I would like to draw your attention that in fact members give notice when notices of motion are called for in the House or in writing. Those motions are scheduled through agreed procedures. The other procedure is through a motion without notice. A motion without notice requires unanimous concurrence by all members present in the House for it to be put for decision. Unless one of the two procedures is satisfied or the exclusions in Rule 123 are adhered to, a motion cannot be put to the House. As we know, motions without notice are currently suspended pending deliberations in the Rules Committee.
Deputy Speaker, can I please read you the rules and patiently listen so that you have got a proper understanding? Under Rule 31, please get the book so that you read along when I'm reading. Under Rule 31, it gives for provisions in terms of raising a question of privilege. And then it says that amongst other things, it can provide the member with an opportunity during the sitting to move an urgent motion without notice in terms of Rule 1231B and 127. So it's allowed to move an urgent motion without notice. We have moved now an urgent motion without notice that before we decide on this question, we must decide that we're going to utilize a secret ballot because majority of the people there are conflicted and they are scared that if they vote against the ANC, they're going to face lots of consequences. The Guptas are going to call them into their houses and harass them like they do with most other ministers. So that is an urgent motion. It's allowed in terms of parliamentary rules. Please take it and we'll move in like that. Please.
Honorable members, the following indication that our taking on such a motion is dependent on the House agreeing that to happen. Firstly, no, honorable members, wait a minute. Members ought to express themselves on that matter in a way that is agreed to. What I'm going to request all members to do, their chief whips right here in the House. No, in the House, honorable members, honorable chief whip, I'm going to ask you to speak on this matter. I'll ask the other chief whip to speak and I'll conclude this matter. Yes.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
When I made this proposal,
Deputy Speaker, thank
Yes.
you for allowing me to address you.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Honorable members, I have given a member to speak.
On the point of order,
take your chance.
Speaker, on the point of order.
No, there's a member speaking.
But you just gave a ruling now that the chief...
Honorable member, you insisted...
That member who is speaking...
Honorable member, take your seat. I gave you an opportunity to speak.
But you gave a ruling unless you want to change your ruling.
Take your seat. I made a ruling, many rulings here. You kept speaking and
I'm saying that you said chief whips must speak. Is that the chief whip? Is that Jackson Mthembu?
Sit down, honorable member. Please take your seat. Take your seat. I told you.
But you have made a ruling now. Is that Jackson Mthembu who's standing up there? Is that Honorable Jackson Mthembu?
Please proceed.
Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, I would put it to you that we need to proceed with the division that has been called. Rule 116 speaks to the matter of points of order during division. And it states, subject to all other rules relating to the taking of points of order, while a division is in progress, members may only raise points of order directly related to the procedures during the division. The only process now which is underway is that of voting. And we should proceed to vote. We can't have an urgent motion because the procedure is voting, and we should proceed.
Yes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Why are you right?
May I have your attention, please?
Yes.
Remember when we discussed this matter right at the beginning, it was deferred towards the end of the process.
No.
And what you can I finish my point, please, sir?
Honorable members, please hang on. Yeah.
Tata,
finish, honorable member.
No, but
finish, honorable member. I'm listening to you.
No, I'm saying you deferred this matter towards the end of the process. We wanted the decision to be made up front. Now, we can't be talking about a division. Remember, we also made the proposal earlier on that this matter should be referred to whips to consult among themselves about what to do. And I was ruled out of order.
Yes.
And you're in order now because you're making that proposal. Out of order, when? That's why the House is confused.
No, honorable.
We agree with the ruling that you've made now. You can't stand up, Sisatet.
Honorable members.
No. Speaker, can I conclude, please?
Conclude.
We agree with the ruling that you've made. You've put Honorable Naledi Pandor in a very difficult situation because you yourself deferred this matter towards the end. Now we are saying we agree with the proposal that you're making that the chief whips must consult among themselves and we shouldn't debate the matter.
No. I didn't say you should consult yourself. I said you must express yourself in the House now.
In the House?
So that we move immediately.
So,
yes. Yes. All I want to hear is what the honorable members I'm making an exception here.
Deputy Speaker.
I'm making an can I finish? I'll talk to you. I'm making an exception to what ought to be proceeding on the basis of the what is before the House, by asking you each, Honorable Chief Whip, to make a comment briefly, not a comment, but an indication on this matter so that we proceed with it quickly. Honorable Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, you have properly cited the judgment of the Western Cape on this matter. Indeed, the Ahang in October took the matter on a secret ballot vote to the Western Cape High Court. They were joined by COPE. They were joined by the UDM. Let's again repeat what the judgment says. I will read the entire judgment. No, we should. This is what Judge Goliath said. Goliath. The Constitution provides for voting by secret ballot in electing the President, the Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker. There is no implied or express constitutional requirement for voting by secret ballot in respect of a motion of no confidence in the President. It further goes on to say, the court is not mandated to prescribe to the National Assembly on how to conduct its voting procedures. In my view, and that is the Honorable Judge, the effect of granting the relief sought in respect of voting by a secret ballot would offend against the provision of Section 57 of the Constitution, as well as the doctrine of separation of powers, in that it would, in effect, amount to the court formulating rules for the National Assembly. Consequently, all the various permutations of the challenge in respect of voting by secret ballot on a motion of no confidence fall to be dismissed. Are we not respecting a court judgment, Deputy Speaker? I'm saying let's proceed with procedures of voting that are prescribed in our rules.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Milder.
Thank you.
Honorable Shelem, you will follow.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, let the member here in front of you speak, and then you'll follow.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I'm rising in terms of Rule 92.4, which says that I'm allowed to address you on a point of order.
Yes.
You asked us to give our input with regard to the question before the House. The argument that the Honourable Chief Whip of the ANC just now used exactly explains why we should be allowed to vote on this issue. You refer to the court judgment. What did the judge say? The judge says it's not up to the court to decide on the procedure of the House. That means that it's up to the House to decide on its own procedure with regard to that. Why does the judgment say that? Because the Constitution does not clearly say that the vote should be in secret. But the Constitution also does not say that it should not be in secret. You just refer to the judgment. The court says it's up to the House to decide for themselves. Yes. So, my proposal would be that we allow the House to take that decision. Just the last point, Chairperson, which I really think is in the interest of South Africa. On Saturday, the Springboks will be playing against a very difficult opponent, England. And I would like to know, the ANC has been very united and they've been very feisty today. Can we please get the name of the cheerleader who got them into this unanimity and this feisty spirit to go and talk to the Springboks before the match on Saturday? Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, what do you think and the nation is reading from the fact that the majority party is scared of the secret ballot after they've just been singing here that they are not afraid, they want to vote. They are in the majority. Why are they scared of the secret ballot?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, you asked earlier on that the Chief Whips meet. I don't think that is correct, because the Chief Whips do not have any power to amend any rule of this House.
Honourable Chief Whip, I said Chief Whips must say and express themselves in the House.
Right, so I'm expressing myself.
Yes, please.
Chairperson, on a question of privilege, it's up to you as the presiding officer to make an immediate ruling on the matter and announce it in the House. That is Rule 31(2)(a). But I support Honourable Mulder that if this is a point of contention, as it was when we were formulating these new rules, put the question to the House. Do we want a secret ballot or not? We vote on it and then we proceed from there. That will save all of us time. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, let's go back to the point, the rule that was raised by the acting Chief Whip of the ANC, Ms. Naledi Pandor. She says that in 116, subject to all other rules relating to the taking of points of order, while a division is in progress, members may only raise points of order directly related to the procedure during the division. And the point of order that we have raised on here directly relates to the voting process itself. That one is beyond doubt, unless if someone is mad or crazy. It's relating to the voting process itself.
But that's why I allowed you to speak, Honourable Member.
Yes, that is why
now, what's your point?
We have to divide the House, and then if we agree that it's secret ballot, then Zuma will not be president by the time we leave this House today.
UDM.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Indeed, if you remember correctly, we said earlier that what should happen is that we should decide as the House on this matter up front before we vote on the motion itself. So indeed, the matter should be put to a vote, given the fact that you've changed your mind about calling Chief Whips to go outside and consult among themselves. But I think the issue,
Honourable Member,
now,
please talk, man.
The issue here, the bottom line is, we're trying to save them from themselves, right? We're saying the issue here is that, for instance, they've become interest group at JZ. We're trying to help them to remove the president. So put the matter to the House for a decision, Chief Whip, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members. Honourable members. Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead. Phil Tanis from the UDA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, of course, we would love a secret ballot on this matter because I believe it would buy significant cover for a number of people in the ANC who feel deeply conflicted. But it's not simply a matter of putting a resolution to the House. It's going to have to be a twofold process. And I draw your attention to Rule 102 of the National Assembly Rules, if I may. Rule 102 says very clearly that unless the Constitution provides otherwise, voting takes place in accordance with Rules 103 and 104. Now, there is a way around this. And I say that rule is significant because if you look at 103(6), it says members' names and votes must be printed in the minutes of proceedings. That precludes a secret ballot. And if you look at manual voting, under 3, if the manual voting procedure permits, members' names and votes must be recorded in the minutes of proceedings. So the only way around this is if we were to, and if you look at Rule 4, by resolution of the Assembly, suspend Rule 102 by resolution to the House, and then put the resolution to the House. That's the only way you're going to get around it, because that's what the rules provide for.
Honourable members, I've heard all the whips now, and we were in the middle of a voting process.
Sorry, Chair.
And this motion, because we haven't taken the steps that we're talking about.
Deputy Speaker.
What's happening now, honorable member?
No, there's a member here who needs to go to the loo, and she's not being allowed to get out here.
Yes, it's because, honorable member, we were in the process of voting.
Yes, but she needs to go to the loo now.
This is not
People are allowed to go to the loo, are we not?
Well,
no, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, can you rule on that, please? Open the door.
Minister njengomunkosikazi sicela ulekelela uyagula ngempela lo muntu.
Don't do it by force. Honorable member, let the member out. Let him come back. Honorable member.
Uyagula.
Honorable
Uyagula.
Honorable Makaula.
Minister siyacela abantu ulekelele. Uyagula. Amalungelo abantu esifazana
Honorable members, this is an exception. It's not the rule. It's an exception, please. Yeah, it's an exception. This is not allowed usually. It's an exception.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, my...
Deputy Speaker, can we vote, please? You are wasting our time now.
Yes.
You are wasting our time.
Yes, no.
Minister ufuna ukubeletha umuntu uzokwenza njani?
Honorable members, I have come to the conclusion that having listened to all of you and the decision, one of the ways in which we could do that is the procedure that Honorable Oosthuizen was mentioning, the various steps. No, honorable members, listen to me first. Steenhuisen, yes, my apologies, yes. Honorable members, the court judgments and its implication means that, no, honorable members, can you keep quiet? No, honorable members, stop screaming. What's wrong with you?
Honorable Chair, we have a nasty situation here, and
honorable members, no.
You are afraid
that that I do not accept that we must put this motion to the House. That I think this change of rule to use secret ballot must be dealt with through the procedures for bringing about a change in the rules. And so I am making a ruling and a decision that we proceed with the voting. And those members who we made an exception to, who have left, their whips will be asked so that their voting is taken into account. Sorry. Honorable members, I thought because it was an emergency we should do that. Let them be called in. Let them be called in, honorable members. Let them be called in, honorable members. Yeah. Otherwise, they can't vote. Otherwise, I'm not negotiating this, honourable members. Please. I'm not negotiating. It's not up. There is no more. No.
The person here,
I'm not allowing anybody. We are proceeding with voting.
To change your decision.
Chair.
Was up first, Chair. He
Chair.
can't speak.
No, man, no, honourable minister, honourable Fana. No, guys, no.
Chair, can I be recognized?
No, honourable members, no.
Chair, can I be recognized?
I requested that members be called in. Are they coming in?
Yeah, they're coming in. Can I make a? Can I stand on a point of privilege?
No.
No, you can't not allow me to speak.
I can.
No, you can't. It's not allowed in the rules. I have a right to speak as a member of this parliament.
Yes, I
you
know
have to
that.
allow me, please.
No.
Okay, so, Chair, the problem is this.
No.
No, Chairperson, he can't speak.
Chair.
He can't speak, Chairperson.
Chair.
He can't speak. Chair, the door is open and he can't speak.
Chair.
No, honourable members.
He
take
can't
your
speak.
Seats. No, take your seats, honourable members.
But he's speaking,
No, take
Chair.
your seats, honourable members, please. Both of you, take your seats. Please take your seats, both of you. No.
Chair.
Can we ask those members who are outside to come in, who we asked to come in?
No,
if they don't within 5 minutes, we are proceeding.
Deputy Speaker.
We are proceeding with the voting.
Deputy Speaker, whoa. Deputy Speaker. Deputy
Can we close the door? Can we close? No.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, please.
No, honourable members.
Deputy Speaker, please.
Just ring the bell.
We'd rather ring the bells for 1 minute because this place is conflicted already.
No, honourable member, you are not allowed to speak when you're recognized here.
Deputy Speaker.
Come in, honourable members.
Deputy Speaker, I'm calling on a point of order in terms of Rule 116.
Yeah. Can we...
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are constitutionally on dangerous ground at the moment.
No, Honourable Chair,
honourable
Speaker,
members,
why is he speaking?
No. Honourable members, can you please...
Why is he
Just
speaking?
ring the bell.
Why is he speaking?
Honourable members...
Chairperson, you said we must sit down. Why is he speaking?
Why are you speaking? Why are you speaking?
Why is he speaking?
You sit down, honourable members. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
I have requested you, honourable members, that I have made a ruling and there's a requirement for me to do that.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm addressing you in terms of Rule 116 of the rules, and I think that we are on dangerous constitutional ground at the moment.
Sit down.
And I ask you to listen to what I've got to say.
Sit down.
We are dealing...
Point of order, Speaker.
Honourable members, I requested you not to speak on this matter. I'm not taking any points of order.
Point of order.
I would like us to proceed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, you are
point of order
outside the rules of Parliament at the moment. I want to tell you that we are voting on a vote of no confidence in the President of the Republic.
Point of order.
Those doors were open. That is contrary to the rules of the House.
Speaker.
For us to become sound...
Point of order.
Honourable members.
Of order.
Honourable members.
Deputy Speaker, if you want to be safe...
Point of order.
If you want to be safe...
Point of order.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, if you want to be safe, I suggest...
Point of order.
Start
members.
the voting process afresh.
Point of order.
Going ahead.
Now they are pushing them to come.
Honourable members, I'm going to allow the bells to be rung for 1 minute and then proceed.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you?
The bells are already ringing.
I'd like to address you when we come back, please, if we may.
Order.
Right, so the images that you can see there is the National Assembly in Cape Town, and of course the motion of no confidence is what's before the parliamentarians at the moment, but there's a huge debate taking place over whether this should be a secret ballot or not. And the Floyd Shivambu from the EFF was saying earlier on that they almost accept that it's given that this will not be a secret ballot, but if they have to go to court, they want to make sure that it's understood that they tried every single thing to get the secret ballot done. So the debate rages, and they're saying that the secret ballot should happen so that those members of the ANC that might be conflicted, who might have an attack of conscience, would be able to vote under the protection of the secret ballot. But the ANC saying that this is a parliamentary system, people are deployed there by the party, and therefore they have to do what the party has decided. And this is pretty much how they've been running things for a long time. Now, the ANC, the election of the president is done by secret ballot. That's part of the rules. But the removal of the presidents apparently doesn't follow the same suit. But let's go back now to the National Assembly and hear from the Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, we request that we proceed as agreed earlier on with our procedures.
Deputy Speaker, our members are still outside. Wait. They are outside. You must open that door. You must open the door. They are outside.
Yeah, honourable members.
Open the door.
Yes, honourable members. Thank
you.
Honourable members, when the bells are rung for 1 minute, because I thought I must make provision for anybody outside to come in, there is no special provision for that, so we are going to proceed. Honourable members, I would like to remind honourable members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by the leader of the opposition be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Honourable members, voting will now commence. Those in favour of the motion should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain, press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Yeah, that's okay. Whips are aware of you. That's fine. All right. The voting session is now closed.
Deputy Speaker, are you rigging elections? Why are you taking so long?
You know the results.
You're rigging.
Deputy Speaker, can I call a point of order on Zwane? He just switched on the microphone and speak sitting down. Is that what the Gupta said he must come and do here? To
Honorable members, Honorable Shivambu, take your seat.
No point of order, sir.
No, let me finish here.
Now, there's some irregularity there. There's some irregularity I've been observing, that paper trail. The Deputy Chief Whip gave a piece of paper to the gentleman standing, and then he looked at it, and that was the reason for the delay.
Member.
We cannot accept those results. What is the paper?
Honorable
we want to know.
Honorable members, there are new... Sorry? Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay, yeah. Honorable members, the voting summary is as follows. The yes is 126, the no's is 214, abstain is 1, not voted 58. Yeah. Honorable members, the motion is therefore not agreed to.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Yes, honorable member, what are you raising on?
Deputy Speaker, I want to put it on record that this House correcting a wrong with a wrong is not right. You refusing a secret ballot by yourself is illegal, and therefore we take this matter to court.
Honorable members, you can't do that. There is a... Honorable members, the House is... People in the gallery, you can't do that. People in the gallery, you're out of order. Don't do that. You can't do that.
Crowd to come and do this here.
Can you... Honorable members, we will not allow this to happen next time. This is out of order. Honorable members, those people in the gallery who are singing are grossly out of order.
No, there are bouncers standing there. They must take care of the people in the gallery.
Speaker lapho ngaphambili.
Honorable members, this is an opportunity for members' statements. What are you raising on, honorable members?
Ngiyabonga. Uyabona into yenza la ngaphakathi ayikho nhlobo right. Awukwazi ukulungisa into ngephutha. Uyabona labantu kade beqalile bashaya izandla uyababuka. Bayahlabelela uyababuka.
Honorable member,
ufanele ukuphuma kuleso sihlalo wena.
Honorable member, kusho ukuthi awulaleli uhlezi lapha awulaleli noma uzwa kukhulunywa awuzwa lento ishoyo ayimsana lento sishoyo. Honorable members, the next item on the order paper is member statements. ANC. Thank you,
the ANC
Speaker.
has been committed to intensify the fight against HIV and AIDS and TB. To this end, the South African ARVs treatment program now reaches 3.5 million people, 1 million shy of the 4.6 million for 2016, yet a progress improvement to the 2.4 million that had access in 2014. Government is committed to significantly increase the ARVs therapy, which is expected implementation for universal test and treatment among all age groups, irrespective of CD4 count. Furthermore, government has adopted the 90-90-90 HIV and AIDS targets, which denote that 90% of people living with HIV now know their status. 90% of those who know their status have been introduced to ARVs therapy, and 90% of those receiving treatment have suppressed viral loads. We are intent on an improved health for our people and are determined to intensify the fight against HIV, AIDS and TB. Though aggressive prevention prevention campaigns, expanding access to appropriate treatment, care and support to all people living with HIV and treatment. I thank you.
Thank you. GA.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, water test results in the Kalkspruit River in Tembisa have revealed a horror story with no action from either the ANC-run Ekurhuleni Metro nor the National Department of Water and Sanitation. The latest testing reveals massive increases in pollution of dangerous proportions over a 30-month period. The test reveals that the water contains extremely high levels of E. coli bacteria, 345 times higher than what is acceptable in river water. It also contains exceptionally high levels of general bacteria, 330 times higher. And due to sewage leaks into the water, the level of coliforms, which means human and animal feces, has increased fivefold in 13 months to 22,000 times higher than what is acceptable for river water. Health risks posed by this contamination to the community include diarrhea, skin infections, ear infections, and respiratory infections. This river runs just meters away from people's houses, a primary school, and where children play. Despite laying charges against the ANC-run Ekurhuleni Metro for contravening the National Water Act and asking the Minister of Water and Sanitation questions as to what her department is doing to rectify this stench, nothing has happened. It is quite clear the ANC does not take the health of Tembisa residents seriously and only cares about them come election time. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF want to alert all our ground forces and people concerned with the abuse of state institutions for narrow political purposes that once again, the Commander-in-Chief of Economic Freedom Fighters will be appearing at the Bloemfontein Regional Court on the 14th of November, charged under an apartheid-era law, shame to the ANC, for calling for the return of our stolen land. At no stage in our historic evolution as a democracy has the country been on the verge of collapse and lawlessness as it is now. Our fighters are not going to be marching in defense of the CIC as an individual. We march to demonstrate to Sean Abrahams of the NPA that it is not okay for the heads of important state institutions, such as the NPA, to be used by corrupt politicians like Mr. Zuma and business people such as thieves like Guptas to render our institutions of democracy useless. The NPA under Mr. Zuma has become a toothless body that only prosecutes those thought of as an opponent to Mr. Zuma's corrupt activities. Sean Abraham is not fit and proper person to lead the NPA. The admission by the Minister of Justice that they call the head of the NPA to the House to discuss fees must fall prosecutions also show that this man is willing to listen to what political parties say and not what the law says.
Thank you very much. Your
And
time
we
is
call
up.
to all
Thank
our
you.
ground
Thank
forces
you,
to
honorable
come on the
member.
14th of Monday
I'm going to switch off the
defend
mic.
our
Your time
land.
is off. ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. ANC welcomes yesterday's ruling by the Constitutional Court, which found in favor of the Department of Transport in a long-running battle with Tasima Company. Tasima was granted a tender in 2001 to develop an electronic national traffic information system for the department that was supposed to run for 5 years. Although the tender that was awarded took more than it's supposed to run, and we also appreciate that the department has managed to go to the Constitutional Court as they were being given many court cases. At the end of the contract ended 2007, Tasima was given a month-to-month basis contract to continue the in-80s, and until the dispute of 5 years contract was being signed by and transferred to the department, to the Director General. During the period of the dispute extension, Tasima had obtained various court orders between 2012 and 2014. However, on Wednesday, the 9th of November, the Constitutional Court ruled that the extension no longer had legal effects. An interim interdict issued by the High Court.
Thank you very much. Honorable Khadebe, your time is up. IFP.
Thank you, as Chair. Stock theft in South Africa is growing at an alarming rate as our economy struggles to create new jobs and the numbers of unemployed increased day by day. The knock-on effect of this on livestock farmers is that they have to consider increasing the price of meat, which again has a negative compounding effect on our economy. Organized crime syndicates are operating in many rural areas that have little or no police presence, in which to prevent such crime from occurring, and this is destroying small-scale livestock business. Butcheries are complicit in this process, as they see it as an opportunity to profit from another's loss. When they buy stolen meat at discount rates and then on-sell it, unsuspecting consumers. Our rural communities are becoming increasingly frustrated with this type of theft, and one sees many kangaroo courts springing up and dealing out brutal corporal punishment to those they deem to be guilty. We call on the department, Honorable Minister, to accordingly embark on a road shows to show people the importance of livestock branding and tracking programs in order to combat and mitigate against such stock theft. I thank you.
Thank you. UGM.
UDM. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Eastern Cape Department of Education is failing our children. The reason that we have no reason to expect any improvement in the performance of the province in all grades. This is so because, amongst others, this province is teaching children under extremely dangerous conditions. The mud schools are not only synonymous with, but fashionable in the Eastern Cape, where they are built. Some of the contractors who were contracted to build the schools are not paid, resulting in endless delays in the completion of the ASIDI program. Government agencies tasked with the hiring of contractors to eradicate mud schools are giving tenders to companies that were either not registered or had been suspended by the government's construction watchdog. Added to this is the current situation faced by the grade 12 pupils of Ikonga High School. They are writing exams while cramped into a box. They are squashed together in a single garage, barely 10 kilometers from the provincial head office. These children lost out on a plan set up to help thousands of matriculants prepare for exams because the school no longer conducts supplementary tutoring class sessions. Children are caught up in a web of incompetence and lack of political will by the authorities, the same authorities 5 years ago.
Thank you very much, ma'am. ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC congratulates the Department of Home Affairs for winning the prestigious ICT Service Delivery Transformation Award in the national government category at the ICT Public Service Awards. The ICT Service Delivery and Transformation Award recognizes the most outstanding service delivery initiative, product or service and transformation. It is the second time in a row that the department wins in this category. In October 2015, Home Affairs received this award for Smart ID Card Project, another component of the modernization program which began in 2012 and 2013 financial year. The project was aimed at overhauling the department's core business applications, technology infrastructure, and overall operations for improved service delivery. These achievements bear testimony to the progress of modernization, proving the determination of the department to develop new technologies and other capabilities for improved service. We commend the department on the commitment to service the people of South Africa and in helping to realize the ANC's commitment to rapid expand access to use of ICT infrastructure. We thank you.
Thank you. APC. ANC. APC is not here. ANC.
The ANC is committed to the peaceful resolution of political differences and opinions through dialogue. We remain concerned by the upsurge in the political violence that has gripped KwaZulu-Natal since 2011 and has led to at least 20 deaths in 2016. Numerous calls have been made for the establishment of commission of inquiry into the underlying causes of the violence. We therefore commend the bold of conscious decisions of the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government to establish commission of inquiry to probe political violence in the province. The commission will investigate all killing irrespective of the political party involved to determine the underlying causes and recommended measure to bring an end of the political violence. The ANC listens to the people and is committed to ensure improved safety and security of all committees. I thank you.
Thank you. GA.
A disturbing report in the Sunday papers this week told us that the UKZN student had falsified his matric results in order to gain admission to medical school, but that the courts declined to take this further as a case of fraud. There's no mention in the report that the university itself is taking the matter forward. The student appears to be oblivious of the fact that the falsification of a CV is fraud. He quoted as saying, self-pityingly, that he did nothing wrong and that far worse crimes are committed by rapists and murderers. Madam Speaker, a crime is a crime. This student fraudulently gained his place instead of another student, and that other student must have lost his or her place as a result. Furthermore, the ease with which he's rationalized his actions do not bode well for his future as a doctor. We expect our medical professionals to be people of the utmost integrity who will not falsify prescriptions, death certificates, or diagnoses. The student's avoidance of any sanction for his behavior will add to the deluge of factors undermining our society's ethical and moral heart. The boundary between what is criminal and what is not is moving steadily day by day under the firm guidance of President Zuma and the ANC government. So there's a dangerous decline of trust in our society which should not be allowed to continue, and we call on the University of KwaZulu-Natal to take urgent action against the student for his self-confessed crime and to add its small contribution to holding the line against
Thank you very much. Your time has expired.
Behavior. Thank you.
EFF.
House Chair, the economic freedom fighters has shown once more that it is the last hope for jobs, a corrupt-free government. Our people trust on the organization is continuing to grow despite our disadvantage of not being funded by imperial capitalists. The people of Ward 10 in Polokwane have shown overwhelming confidence in the EFF by getting rid of the inept ANC in the ward yesterday. Fighter Evans has won the ward with 54% of the vote, wrestling it from the ANC, which won it during the local government election in August 2016. The previous ANC councillor had all ANC councillors completely ignored the plight of the people and undermined the masses of Polokwane. Under the watch of the ANC, people of Ward 10 had no access to water, roads, and proper healthcare services. The elderly and the sick struggle to get good quality medical care because the clinic is not open 24 hours. The EFF People's Ward Councillor in Ward 10 will ensure that as a matter of urgency, people of Ward 10 have access to water and good quality healthcare services. He will ensure that there is a functional early childhood development center in the ward, whose quality will be compared to those found in more influential areas. We shall demonstrate to all people of South Africa
Honorable
that
Member.
indeed we are ready to take power
Thank you.
from 2019.
Thank you very much. ANC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The ANC and the student fraternal structure said by the news of the passing over of Sandra Baloyi, the former president of the Congress of the South African Students. Baloyi has started as a regional secretary of Upani region, later elected as the provincial chairperson, become the first female president of COSAS in 2013. We will have celebrate her 21st birthday on the 22 November 26 at the time of passing away. She was in her second year of studying in a human resource management in Western College in Polokwane, Limpopo. Comrade Sandra was very courageous young leader, devoted and uplifting the life of young people, learners in particular. Her death leaves a huge void in her families and the student movement and the Congress movement. Her commitment and selflessness will continue to inspire hope in the youth and the student movement, in particular, the young aspiration women leaders. The ANC convey condolences to the family and their colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. PAC. Not here. ANC.
The commitment for access to free quality health care through the expansion of services and development of the required human resources and skills is a priority of the ANC. We therefore proudly celebrate the Limpopo provincial government's effort in increasing the training of doctors locally and abroad. This commitment is realized in the recent graduation of 4 specialist medical doctors qualified in the fields of radiology, forensic pathology, pediatrics, and pediatric pulmonology. Most importantly, these are graduates of the new medical school at the University of Limpopo, which is the 9th in the country and the first to be established by the democratic government of South Africa. These doctors, through their specialized qualification, will contribute to improved quality in the critically needed areas of our healthcare services. These achievements bring confidence and hope to our people in the ANC's commitment to a free quality healthcare for all. I thank you.
Thank you, GA.
Thank you, Chair. Yet again, Honourable Chair, the DA government of City of Cape Town leads the country in the purchase of 10 electric motored buses to expand their My City public transport bus fleet. The buses will be manufactured locally to benefit local economic development and job opportunities. The clean technology is like the 51 buses already in service in the City of London. more than 53 million passenger journeys have been recorded on the MyCity service since its rollout in May 2010, with more than 1.7 million passenger journeys in September this year alone. This stands in stark contrast to the fleet of buses that were bought by the ANC-led government in Port Elizabeth for the Soccer World Cup in 2010, which was purchased for more than 100 million rands. To make matters worse, another 2 billion was spent on infrastructure to make them function, but dozens of them haven't moved an inch because they are too big for the lanes they are supposed to drive in, and even more embarrassing, the doors are on the wrong side. Despite millions being spent on bus services in particular, nearly every project has been polluted with irregular and wasteful expenditure or useless product. A clear indication that the ANC government is not serious about service delivering.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Honourable Member.
The DA
Honourable Member,
it
your
is
time
yet
is...
another transport by tenderpreneurs.
ANC. Are we done? That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? Honourable Minister Ngesi.
I thank you, Chairperson. Just in response to the honourable member of the UDM about the issue of the payments, I just want to challenge and request you to submit the list to me of those with outstanding payments so that I can facilitate it. But make sure that it's not payments which are in dispute. Because it's very easy to say I have an outstanding payment only to find that there are no invoices, or because of shoddy work there are disputes. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, let me indicate that we fully welcome the outcome of the recently held, in fact, yesterday, by-elections were held in 15 wards. And 13 of those wards, we must indicate, were won by the ANC. So we welcome the outcome of those by-elections, and we want to take this opportunity once more to commend the IEC for the stunning work that they've done to prepare for this important exercise. But also, let's commend the IEC for ensuring compliance to the recent Constitutional Court order of ensuring that addresses of voters are in order. The IEC went an extra mile in the process of acquiring addresses of voters in those affected wards. We must commend them for that. And lastly, Chair, let's commend the voters and also political parties who went an extra mile to ensure that the elections are conducted in a very, very peaceful environment. And once more, we really commend this working electoral system. It once more confirms that our electoral system is working, and no one should doubt this system, and all of us should avoid temptation to circumvent this system by resorting to shortcuts as we want to change leadership. Let's respect this electoral system. It's working and it's yielding results. I thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Chikunga.
Siyabonga Dr. Sihlalo. Ngithanda ukuwamukela i-statement esifunde Honorable Khadebe. Sijabule kakhulu as a department nge-Constitutional Court judgment yayizolo nge-e-notice instructor itasima ukuthi ku-10 to 30 days le system ayibe ibuyele kwa-RTMC. information yonke yabantu yase South Africa ngeimoto nokudriver isizoba sezandleni zika government. Kusukela siphuma singene emakhoti iThasima ifuna ukuba i-service provider ngenkani ilutha estate. Okumangalisa about this ukuthi iDA ithule ithi do because i-syndicate lento le they were looting part of the looters zale system. Okwesibili ku statement esenziwe imember ye My City ifanele asho ukuthi i-project ye-Department of Transport ku-National sibanikeze u-8 million this year ukuthi iqhubeke njengoba benza angayikhuluma eseyikhuluma yedwa kanti i-project yethu siyayisebenza amandla.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Soju.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also then thank the member who raised the issues stock theft. After my response, I would also like to invite the member to give us the full details of the area. Chairperson, recently, 3 months ago, we have launched a project that we call it, that is an intervention project in the Department of Police in a form of a mobile police station to address issues of e-visibility, Yama Police, especially in rural communities. As we speak, next week on Friday, we will be visiting an area called Bigi in the Eastern Cape. It's a very rural community where we'll be meeting then with the chiefs and leaders of that area to address issues precisely as a stock theft. Therefore, we invite all the leaders or members of parliament who comes from a community where we have a challenge of stock theft, so that we should then pay a specific attention to those areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Masuku.
Mginislalo, sisho ukuthi le ndaba ye 1 billion a day iyaqhubeka ngempela ngoba uma sikhuluma ngalama acid project lawa ama members ayekhuluma ngawo is part of that 1 billion. Uma sikhuluma ngoma city lapha yana is part of the 1 billion rand a day. A day. Uma sikhuluma ngalama bhasi sifuna ukuthi siba congratulate ngempela laba se Cape Town ukuthi bangene ku phase 2 wabo. Siphinde futhi sicongratulate siba congratulate abanye abazolandela oBulukwane, oThekwini, oMbombela, oRustenburg abazongena namanye ama cities azolandela kule program. Thank you.
Sithokoze. Kusanethuba kukhona ongakamboni uNgqongqoshe or sekela Ngqongqoshe. Honorable member, yes. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It is indeed the second time that Home Affairs has won the prestigious ICT Service Delivery and Transformation Award, and we're very, very proud of this award. It is an award that has been given to us in recognition of our transformatory work in developing an automated booking system for the refugee reception centers. Members would recall the well-known image of hundreds and hundreds of people queuing outside our refugee reception centers from very, very early in the morning, sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning. And this is because clearly with the asylum system, it's very difficult to manage who comes into the country and allow for appointments. But what the system does is from the port of entry, allow for booking of appointments to our refugee reception centers, which hopefully will transform the way we operate in those centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is... concludes ministerial responses, and the last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to raise a notice of a motion? Give a notice of a motion? Honorable Williams.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting this House debates ways to create a conducive climate to enable an increase in investment by the state, the local private sector, and the foreign investors in infrastructure and the real economy. Thank you.
Thank you. DA?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the next sitting of this House we debate whether Parliament is fulfilling its mandate in holding the Executive to account.
Thank you. EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the use of state resources to fund the ANC elections campaign under the leadership of the corrupt Jacob Zuma, particularly the use of police vans in Vembe and KwaZulu-Natal during the by-elections yesterday. Thank you, House Chair.
Honorable Mashabela?
Rule 82 does not allow that. It just
Honorable
the
Mashabela.
President is undermined in that manner.
I think we have agreed, and I just want to remind members, please, let us respect each other by calling ourselves in a dignified manner. And I hope that won't be repeated. Thank you, Honorable Mashabela.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, House Chair. Even the men.
Gifedije, ma'am.
Okay.
Gifedije.
Okay, I've got something to ask, House Chair. I just want to ask something, House Chair.
No, Gifedije, ma'am.
I'm asking, I'm appealing to you.
ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, on point of order.
On behalf of ANC, that in its next sitting, the House debates reviving crime-fighting structures in our communities in support of law enforcement agency. I so move.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party that this House at its next sitting debate the moral degeneration of the African National Congress as it today again lost its backbone and abandoned its moral values and convictions to save one man at the expense of our nation. I so move.
Thank you. NFP.
Honourable Chairperson, I have tried to attract your attention. The motion on that was in fact read in the House by the EFF member. I would like to suggest that it be expunged from the record because it does not comply with the rules on motions. Otherwise, the honourable member should be given an opportunity to withdraw and reword that motion.
Okay, Honourable Member, we will give that to...
House Chairperson.
We will look into that. You say the motion, the entire motion does not fit the criteria of what we are doing now. Let me get an explanation first.
But I'd like to make a point of order.
No, I'm still with the member who is standing.
But it's out of order.
I want to get the clarity on that. Please, Honourable Steenhuisen. Honourable Kalyan, are you saying the motion that was raised by the EFF does not fit the criteria of the motions as we are working on now?
I say the honourable member should withdraw in the House if she's not willing to do that, the offensive wording. If she's not willing to do that,
can you
for it to comply with the law.
Okay, Honourable Member, are you talking about the calling of the President by name?
I'm making that.
Okay, I have ruled. Thank you very much. I have ruled on that one. Thank you very much. I have ruled on that.
Sorry, House Chairperson.
Honourable Steenhuisen, I must listen to everybody and understand what they're saying. He understands now that I've ruled.
But with respect, you must uphold and protect the rules of the National Assembly. And Rule 92.2 is very clear that a point of order must be raised immediately when the alleged breach occurred. We had moved on to motions before the Honourable Goodyear had decided to stand
up. Thank you very much. That is noted. That is noted. I didn't see her. That's why I allowed her when she raised. Thank you. ANC? NFP, sorry. NFP, it's your opportunity for a notice of a motion.
Honourable House Chairperson, at the next sitting day of this House, I shall move on behalf of the NFP that this House debates incidents of murder cases in our country, particularly those that occur as a result of armed robbery and car hijacking. I so move.
Thank you. ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates the making of the state-owned enterprises development finance institutions and the private sector to speed up means of addressing of infrastructural needs in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the UDM that the House in its next sitting debate the state of the colleges of agriculture and forestry and their impact on our economic growth and development. I so move.
Thank you. FF plus? GA?
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the importance of National Remembrance Day on 11th of November in valuing the memory of those who have given their lives for our country in the defense of freedom and liberty. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF?
Ndiyabonga ma. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move that in its next sitting that the House debates, the use of early childhood development budget allocated to the Department of Social Development to fund ECD centers for ANC Women's League corrupt activities. I so move.
Thank you. ANC?
I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways of accelerating the campaigns on health promotion and disease prevention through community-based action. I thank you.
Thank you. COPE? Not here. ACDP? Not here. ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates segregation and discrimination in the workplace by the private sector, while at the same time benefiting from huge government contracts. I so move.
Thank you. AIC?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of AIC, I move that this House, on its next meeting, debate the measures that should be taken to prevent the killings, dog theft, kidnapping, and stealing of vehicles on and through the borders of South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. Ahang? Not here. ANC? Now, APC, not here. PAC, not here. GA?
Gielaborga. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the current crisis engulfing nursing education in South Africa and the steps that need to be taken to protect the future of the nursing profession, which serves as the backbone of our health services. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes notices of motion and the business of the day, the Huis is vandaag.
we should do.
Opposing the
Yes.
No, I need your.
The prince.
Move a president run the affair. That double
Motion of the court.
strictly
Take a seat on
that it's
member. Respect of a motion. There is in terms of.
of the Christ resident doing a president.
In the gala, are you rising on?
I'm rising on a point of order to say that we written new recurrent letters to specifically request that